there's a new feature on YouTube that allows me to basically automatically have a vertical stream at the same time as the horizontal stream. So we're gonna test that out. From what I can see, it's shit, but it's interesting. It basically cropped the center of the stream and used that as the main content. There is no like restyling of whatever, unless it has some restyling, but it needs to see your face, in which case it would be pretty interesting. But we'll see that in a second. But yeah, welcome in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday officially. I hope you have things that work and things that are positive, constructive, and so on. As always, on Fridays, we have some reviews, we have some things to talk about, and based on the past few streams, we also have new overlays to build. So we're going to work on that. We're going to work on that. We're going to see if it works. Let's see if stuff are working. I prepared things. Can you believe it? I prepared things. I wouldn't believe it myself, but I have prepared things. So we now have prepared things in cursor to make sure that we have something out of it, and we'll see if that helps us. I have some doubts, as I always do, but we'll see if that's a thing. So yeah, we have that. Some news on the other side for the perfume app. I'm about to do that because of reason, and I don't think that's gonna help much. Yeah, it doesn't help much. um so yeah, no, the perfume app has some news things. As I was saying last time, we are trying to move from the regular CloudKit thing, which is working but broken, to something that is a bit more convex based, but then that kind of made me think about other stuff which are not really good for the app itself, going back to what we said on Wednesday of basically moving to convex will imply for sure, like this is a certain thing that I will need to put the app as a subscription because I want to avoid that. I am basically backtracking and rolling back anything convex related, which is really sad because it would have been really good, but yeah. So I need to basically ensure that the CloudKit implementation is good. So I've done that today. I mean, I've done that today. I've done that for the past 3 days in total, making sure that it works. And I think today I found something that make it work, so that's pretty cool. Um, there was an issue with the recommendation system again. It seems I have like recommendation issues all the time, so that is a sad thing. But it contained like perfumes that you had marked as not for you. In the app, you have the ability to just say, well, this is not for me for now, and you end up with uh, the ability to just not see that perfume for the next, I don't know, 3 months-ish, right in there. So you will just end up with a good enough things at the bottom with the not for me right there. And that's nice. But for some reason, it just it didn't go through, and it was recommended right at the center of the page, which is not really where we need to have them. Or the not for me and are at the bottom of your collection. But yeah, some of them were like just recommended for no reason. So I need to fix that. That's apparently fixed. And yeah, Chris, welcome on in. Today is a day for you. How are you? How's the day going? Uh, so yeah, so that's a good news. It's interesting that when I'm looking at the YouTube version of the thing, um, right now the the screen is pretty good because it's my face, but you don't see the phone as a preview. I mean, I will need a dedicated stream, but I don't want to have like a secondary Canva if I can't have the same thing. So we'll see what we can do with it. Anyways, so yeah, so that's kinda updated and better. I don't exactly know if it's going to work for the longest period of time that I'm expecting it to work for. But that's the plan. I'm testing it out today, tomorrow, and if I can, I will send a new version of the app next week or this weekend, depending on how successful the tests are. Everything is running smoothly-ish. The ish is important. So that's a good thing. And everything that is related to the test and the development environment is uh, working-ish again. The good news, though, one of the good news, because there are good news still, is that now if you have a perfume collection right there and you decide to remove the app from your phone, you will still have all of your perfumes re-added to your phone collection if you reinstall the app. So this was in place in the beginning, and then I removed it or I placed that somewhere else, and now, uh, you know, we have things. Um, so yeah, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's been years since the last time I've seen you here. God damn, welcome back. Uh, how's everything? This is a perfume app which is called Perfume, which is if you have a perfume collection, it's a great way to organize. It's also a great way to get like recommendation in the morning. But the initial thing for this is I needed a place to store my thoughts about the perfume that I have, and you know, getting an option to get like a bit of a journaling app to track my thoughts, my ideas, how I felt about a perfume, and so on, and then get a bit of a recap to know what I can wear on a very specific day, and say, well, this is cool. So that's the app in question. There's plenty of it. I mean, since the last time you were here, which was in 2024, we were building, I think, the Can app. I guess that's probably the case. Um, which yeah, um, I haven't made. Oh yeah, no, the movie one is different. Also, Atakan, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? The movie one is Stoney's app, which is No Mercy, which is still working or is still working on that. The release of the Android version of the app has been happening this week or this weekend, I forgot, which is pretty cool. The Android app is just the companion app to get access to your server. So that's cool. This is one of the new app, and the first one, which I guess you missed then, is this thing. This thing is my Japanese language learning app, Learning, which if you're on YouTube, you can't see shit. I'm sorry about that. Um, where you have all of the characters, um, regular things, but most importantly, you have dictionaries and vocabulary related content because that way you have things that you know how to say. Like you need words for speaking in Japanese, and therefore this is the best thing that I come up with. It's good. I think it could be improved, obviously. I just did that really quickly in about 3 months. So, there's that. But yeah, so that's one app, and then I built another one, and it's a nice perfume related app, and I like it. So yeah, welcome back. Let me read that for 1 second. Trying the new models and testing some things in Cursor in mobile apps development. Looking for encouraging to sharing and showing your process. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm doing my best. Doing my best on that. Um, I would say the new models, the 5.2 that just dropped from OpenAI, uh, haven't had the opportunity to test because I'm low in credits, obviously. My stuff resets on the 19th, which is in 3 days. So that's going to be when I can test stuff. and then I will probably just work on with Opus specifically because it is good for what I'm trying to achieve. But yeah, this is where we are right now. That is the situation. So um yeah. So we will again we will do that probably next week. As I said, I've been wanting to create one of the Figma plugins that I have in my head since the beginning of Figma, just fucking up stuff. Good job. So that's good for me. um, but we will probably do that on stream, as I said, probably next week on Monday for Creation Day, where we go through things and have the whole process. We're still are going to do stuff for today specifically. There are some stream overlay that I need to add based on what Stony has talked about last stream. So that's the thing. But yeah, um, if you wanna start, I mean, let me just rephrase. What exactly are you looking for in terms of suggestion? Because are you looking for suggestions of plugins to create, or are you looking for suggestions on how to create plugins? That's two different things with two different suggestions, I guess. Also, yeah, I think I did that, which is not necessarily good. I made sure that the camera is like focused in one point, but if I'm here, I'm blurred, and if I'm too close, I'm blurred as well. So that's not necessarily good. I don't know exactly where to stand because that's the first time I did that. Um, but yeah, in order to create like a Figma plugin, they have a boilerplate thing where you can download their initial code template, I think, which is a very, very basic Hello World plugin thing that I think um, goes through just the creation of rectangles in the Figma Canva. So, yeah. How I do workflows, how to get better results, and so on. You know what you should work on. That's cool. So if you start with their boilerplate, bitch. Yeah. You basically have their whole structure that is done for you in the beginning, and then you just need to add some content. The best option is going to be finding which models has the best knowledge about Figma plugins in general. Right now, I would say Google's model are pretty good for that based on the fact that they are a bit more up to date compared to the others. IDE wise, Cursor, Z, Windsurf, Dre, whichever, kind of the same thing. It doesn't really matter which one you take, but yeah. Um, that's that's good. How to get better results though? That's a bit of a more complicated thing to think about and to achieve. The main issue with that is that you will never have the same results twice because LLMs are not deterministic, and therefore, if you ask, "How do I do this thing?" it will explain, and then if you go back and you send the same exact message, no change of words or whatever, it will explain but differently. And same thing for plugin. So that is the only thing that is going to be a bit annoying overall because you end up with uncertainty in the output. But overall, just retrying is the best option. The one of the things that I showcased on Wednesday about the whole workflow, not on Wednesday, on Monday, about the whole workflow is it is sometimes easier to just go through an entire thing and then undo all of the changes so that the LLM gets or keep that in memory of this is what not to do. let's try something totally different. So that's one of the methods that I have to ensure that the deterministic behavior can kind of be achieved, but it's not necessarily working. Um, Other than that, that's basically it. Today we have some plans on things to work on, and one of the things that I wanted, or that I prepared things for today. I don't believe it's a me thing, but I prepared things for today from myself, which is impressive. So basically, I have like the prompt things reminder for everyone, even though I will use the word prompt. Prompt don't exist. Prompt is just writing. So as long as you know how to type text, you're good. If you don't know exactly what to say, and that's the example of today, you can simply ask an AI to create a prompt for you. So what I did here is I'm trying to prompt Cursor to create a new stream widget for my personal widgets and stream overlay collection. That makes sense. I explain what the thing is based on Stoney's request of a hype train widget. And then I just let ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, whoever you have access to, do the thing. And then all of that is good-ish. Some of these is not good enough for me, but most of it is good. And therefore, from here, I'm just copy pasting, changing some of the details because I needed to change the details. And we will be able to just press enter and see if it works. Because of the specific use case and the specific of the visuals that I want to achieve here, I might switch to Gemini 3 Flash because it is better for visual stuff. But I know that Sonos is going to be much faster. So depending on the goals, you need to change the models. So that's the first thing I said. You basically need to know the models that you have access to and which one is the most adapted for your use case. Cybersect, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So that's a that's a thing. Um, some of them are more efficient. No. Yeah. Some of these models are more efficient than others. Like, weirdly enough, Grok, because it's free for now, is pretty efficient and pretty good. The GPTs are okay. For time to time, Composer is extremely fast, but you don't have access to it a lot. So, yeah. I don't spend anything, so I'm fine with that. That's also one of the thing that I kind of want to mention. Could we? Yeah, we could change that, but that's the thing. Uh, oh, you mean you are spending 15 bucks? If you go in usage and analytics, you will have your request amount. And so if you have like things, again, this is wild. This should not happen. It still happens. So these ones are included slash free slash weirdly not good. Again, I have been in contact with people directly in Ad Cursor, so that might be the reason they might have upgraded me to something. I have no clue. It's kind of good. I can complain about it, but I can't complain about it. You're in the Pro Plus, so you're paying 60 bucks a month. You have no, the Pro Plus is 60 bucks a month. You are currently on the daily usage, and you are billed per usage. So basically what happens is you probably have connected your API in there and you are billed through API cost, which is not great, but you know, it works. Here you have the included things. This is interesting. I don't know. I've never seen that, but I think this is the new version of their whole content where you are billed for like as a usage-based billing rather than a flat billing. I have a flat billing from the previous version, so that's a thing. But yeah, it's in there. If you don't want to burn through things, it would be better for you to get a pro account or something. But then again, I don't know how. Like, what is their pricing model nowadays? Technically, I am on the pro tier. So, I mean, technically speaking, I am on the enterprise things. That's different. James, hi, welcome in. It goes into usage base if you enable usage base, but you are not needing to do so. As in, I have basically on purpose never enabled it, and now anything is free. I don't know why, but I'm not paying for things. But yeah, if you are, you get Pro for free for 1 year. I wish there was like a bit of a better explanation of what was included. Yeah, me too. So for example, if I'm here and let's say I'm gonna use Gemini Pro because I know that that's the case. If I'm doing that, it's gonna fuck things up. But if I were to do that, it would just give me a box saying, "Oh, you need to enable usage base with a maximum limit of spending," and I always don't do that. And now everything is free. You know, that's a thing. The pricing update happened so long ago now, for me, almost a year ago. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like you may have better output there, but also, um, it, yeah, yeah, you probably are in that thing section of the usage base, which I don't know how it how it works, but it's probably where you are. That is probably where you are. If we go into Tray, Tray is similar to Cursor. It's just by a different provider, and they are doing something extremely cheap for the first months, as long as you are, I think, paying yearly in the Pro tier. You end up with something that is like not as cheap, but like it end up being cheaper overall. But yeah, 500 or 600 fast requests is pretty cool. The fact that they are still in that pricing tier and not the same as Cursor is pretty good because it's request based. So that's cool. And Tray is a very cool app overall. We like it. I like the interface way more as a designer. I feel like this home is much better than Cursor would, but yeah, it's neat. They do, however, have a bit of a limitation, and they want to have like agent builded, built, builded. bitch, built inside of the IDE, and so that's where they make money. Um, but yeah, we like it. It's neat. It's neat. Trey is pretty cool. Trey is pretty good. Pretty cool and good. But yeah, overall, that's the thing. Um, do I want to do that? I think I want to do that. Will make more sense. It will make more sense. I feel like I missed one message. I feel like I missed one message. I didn't. But yeah, that's the base thing. You need to figure out what price works for you, what doesn't work for you, and then once you understand how much it spends and how much it costs, you probably have like a hard fixed limit of how much you're willing to spend per day, per session, per whatever. Maybe just figure that out and work on that. But yeah, for some reason, I don't understand my own pricing system other than the fact that I am stuck in a good way into one of their previous billing cycles things. So as I will repeat myself every time, I am currently extremely lucky to have the things working as it is, and I have high expectation on me getting bumped out of the thing that I currently have in my next billing, recurring billing, unless I can reapply or retain it, which I have a lot of doubts about. So we'll see. I'm gonna see if that can be done somehow. But yeah, I'm paying extremely little for what I'm getting out of Cursor. So yeah, that's the thing. Right now we are building an engagement suite, something related to the stream overlays and widgets. So basically a hype train, a follower goal, subscription goals, a chat engagement, like how much hype there is to the stream and so on. These are widgets that some people like, so just making that work. And the most important part on this one was, if you don't know exactly how to explain what you're trying to achieve, use another LM, whichever it is, to help you basically write a better direction thingy, and that helps a lot. At least it helps a lot for me. Yeah, I mean, it's already happening. I don't know if you've seen that, but you probably have seen that. If you've been on the internet, you probably have seen that in the past few weeks, I think, in this week or next or last week, I forgot. It is. There is someone, I think, at Shopify or Stripe or somewhere that was saying that they needed to have access to like an MRI, whatever, and that basically what they did was used Claude to build a web version of this thing instead of the proprietary software that cost X amount of money, US based, and they just got it working, and now they can check their MRIs and scans and stuff on the web without having to do anything, because they receive like a USB key with the content, and yeah, now they have access to the thing. So, eh, you know, eh. It happens. It's a thing. It's a thing. Um, so yeah, the other things is, even though we talked about it before, YB.ai, which is a similar concept, similar ID, Denny, will come on in. Sorry for the baguette. I forgot the baguette was still a thing. God damn it. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So, Wabi with the very French accent is going to be very, very bad. But at some point, as they said, Apple was telling us that there was an app for that. And basically, what Wabi is about is creating apps directly from your phone. So you can prompt whatever and get whatever as an app or a widget or something on your phone without having any issues with it. So it's a very powerful thing. I think it's a very good idea, but that is basically the world in which we are going to live in because people like to build stuff, and apparently they just have raised 20 million. So you know that means they are good. I don't think so. I don't think they are the 20 million means they are good, but overall they are good. But welcome on in. Happy New Year to you too. It's a very minimal site, and I do like that for that reason, because it is minimal and that's good. But yeah, no, overall, this is like the type of thing that I guess the world is going forward or toward, where people are just wanting to get like a bit more creative and the ability to build stuff on their own and so on. So yeah, that's the thing. So I just created the engagement suits. How does it look? What happened? We have the follower goal, which is my follower goal. Let's chat just to see if it works. And yeah, I have doubts. There's no hype train going on right now. Supposed to have our test buttons or OBS buttons, no buttons on the side, so that's cool. What is in there? So we have the hype train, the goal tracking, the chat engagement that is in there, the threshold, point needed per level. I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if that would work, to be honest. There's one chat message with one chatter. That's good. That's working. That is working. We have the data. So that's cool. Interesting to see. We're gonna have to ensure stuff work. And restating on stream start makes sense as well. And we have the scales and the opacities, so these make sense. That's wild. I don't think having it like this makes any sense. Yeah. I don't think that would work, but we're gonna see. And no, I haven't seen that. Also, the flashes that you just see is just the fact that Micro Tahoe is a bitch and doesn't like transparency for some reason. Let's see. Nice transition right there. Nice things. It's probably this. Probably this. And I just needed to have it like loaded by default. It doesn't. It kind of played the sound, but it's really, 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 really low in volume. But that's cool. There's a nice detail. Yeah, and walk on in. Walk on in. Let me click on that link before it goes away. I know I'm gonna lose things. So right now you just have like these stuff with the links, but nothing else. I'm guessing this is your portfolio. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I haven't used Fort Ninja. Haven't had it yet. Bitch, I know how you work. I was there when you were founded. Huh, interesting. You can't select the fonts, but that's yeah. Yeah, because of your overlay, like because of your selection thing, you can't select the text. So you can't. Interesting. Interesting. That's cool. Nonetheless, the that thing is really, really cool. I think it's a nice detail. Having your name spoken is really cool. So yeah. Um Stony, hi, welcome on in. How are we? How's the day going? So yeah, that's neat. This is a weird thing, by the way. The free for personal use. I don't know if portfolio count as personal use. And yeah, I know you need some coffee, some food. That's the usual. I know it counts because it's a personal thing, right? It's your own portfolio, so that's counting as personal. But as soon as you get clients from the portfolio, it becomes business stuff. And I don't know how people and licenses uh, play with this. So that's I don't know, food for thought. Food for thought, but that's pretty cool. Yes, no, I have seen that. I have seen that. It's been a while for that. Um, which is really cool. I think I talked about that edge effect that I kind of wanted to have in the perfume app as well. I just didn't remember the name. Um, but it's also a very interesting thing for me as a design point of view as well, from like what is the trend that Shopify have seen, that I have seen as well, and I talked about here, um, of this collage thing that is like an organic, non-organic thing, so that you ensure that it's not AI generated. Even though the images might have been AI generated, the layout is as organic as possible to put things randomly all around the place and look organic. So that's a very, very 2025 uh, layout and behavior. The font choices is the same as the usual, and then these like very cool animations are, you know, what makes the website organic and natural and human made. Like not an AI wouldn't be able to create such parallax and things. So that's that's good to know. That's good to know. Um, that's cool. Atkin, that is a very good um, that is a very good outcome from getting access to a font. We do like that. But yeah, no, overall this whole thing is really cool. There is like a ton of design based content that just work. It to me, it's just like so much. There is so much information, there is so much stuff in this entire landing page. The fans on my computer are spinning to make sure that the computers stay kind of relevant, relatively not cooked. But yeah, the mix of everything is really crazy though. I would say that's the only thing that is kind of impressive. But yeah, it is really good. Not gonna lie on this. Let's open these two. Let's open these two. Um, That's neat. Mmm. Mmm. That the background doesn't like it. Um. Ah, shit. That's the wrong thing. um. Yeah. That's one of the things as well. Like this is really 2000-ish blog situation where we used to basically just scan stuff and upload things in PNGs because that's how it works. But yeah, this is a very interesting concept. I don't know exactly how good this is in terms of conversions, but that's a very, again, interesting idea. Though, goddamn, every page is. Um, One of the things that I said last time as well, and one of the reasons why the perfume app has a very specific font, um, this is really difficult to read for some people, and there is a lot of people that don't know how to read cursive, which is this is print, handwritten print, um, and therefore, not the best idea. What? I get it. I get it. It's fine. But it is one of the tendencies or trending things right now where people are creating hand-created, hand-generated content rather than AI-generated content to stand out. So good to know. Um, Interesting. And James, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Um, I'm guessing same thing as usual. I'm guessing that these ones sometimes have like good rendering in the beginning. Oh, that looks like shit though. That's kind of sad. Sorry. Sorry. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one. Um, I see this, and the gradient in the arrow makes sense, but I see this, and the gradient in the arrow doesn't make any sense anymore because there is no link to it, but also mainly because there is nothing that is gradientized in the entirety of the website. It uses that pixelation transition or that dot matrix transition. So I'm kind of not really happy with it. If it was like a whole gradient from that green to pure white here on the entire thing, that would be interesting, but that's not the case. So I don't know. And also it's lacking gradient. Like that's the only thing gradientized in the entire website, and it stands out in a bad way. So, eh, you know, sometimes things happen. I think we've seen that before, mainly because of the illustration here. I feel like I've seen that. Um, but same thing. This is the same concept as the Shopify one, where you want things to be organically made, to not look like they are AI generated. And they were so lazy that they used the exact same spludge 6 times. Just the last and first are flipped and flipped, but they are the same. All 6 are the same. Like you can see that with that element right here, which is right there, and also right here, but stretched, and these dots are right here. It's pretty interesting. And it's kind of sad that it's the same, mainly because we have fonts that have like all of these that different options, and you can create like an SVG shader or SVG mask to just play with that. Nonetheless, illustration in the background really similar to what we have on the Shopify one, and making sure that they look out of place. So that's interesting, but for the same reason, like it's kind of cheap of them to AI generate the images in the background and then just slap the content on top. I get it for the current state of design, but I also don't get it for Intercom. I don't get it for Shopify either. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like there's no relationship in between the illustration and the content. And then you look at the content and it's like, what? Why? 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 I don't know. That's a more UX tool website thing. It's a bit boring, but its content is key and content is king. So anything that needs to be eye-catching is going to be the illustrations, which makes sense. That's cool. That's a cool concept. Cool concept, nonetheless. Yeah, I'm guessing for your NDA tools that you told me not to share, this is a good inspiration for the design itself. I feel like it works similarly in terms of what you currently have. And yeah. If you can use it for the illustration types as well, that would be pretty cool. But make sure that you don't like copy paste their creation, because that's kind of sad. But yeah, you bought that? Oh god damn. I love Keychron. No, don't get me wrong. I love them as a company. I think they have really cool low profile keyboard from a long time ago. Like these ones are really neat, and they are in my personal preferred keyboard types. But I can't. It's a keyboard. Like already the one that I paid for fucking MX keys is already too expensive for what it is. It's good, but it's not. Did you get it in white? Or did you get it in black? I do like Keychron. That makes no sense. I saw the... I'm back. Don't worry about it. It's fine. This is running the stream at the same time as stuff. It makes no sense. That is wild though. This is not working, but that's fine. I'm fine with it. When I was in Japan, I was mostly in the white environment. So MX keys in white, MX mouse in white, trackpad in white. So that's a thing, you know, it happens. But yeah. And you know what? At times, it makes sense. Like, God damn it. My computer is crying right now. That's what's happening. And this one is crying as well. Let me see if I can uncry it. Doubt it. I doubt it. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's bad. Ooh, that's bad. But yeah, no, light. Thank you for that. I know that you shared it here. Um, I think didn't you share this one? Yeah, you did. I remember. I remember these, which are good. They are similar to the one that you just shared, the green one, in terms of illustration type and decisions. Um, but yeah, if you go with something similar for the newest one, you would have like a unity in the creation, which is pretty cool. Which is pretty cool. Nonetheless, we agree. We agree. Something is pulling graphics out of my computer, and I can't. I don't know what it is, other than obviously the stream. But goddamn, it's kind of bad. With that, even though it's nothing. Maybe that's the thing that is pulling in total. I don't know. I don't know. Jonathan, welcome on in. Welcome back. Also, why didn't that work? It did work. It's just delayed. It's just delayed. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, so yeah, there are some needs. That's good. So if I say 10 for today, 10 followers for today, if you're here and you're watching and you haven't followed, please click the follow button so that we can test if the thing works. Appreciate it. Don't unfollow and refollow. That's kind of shitty, but I mean, if you want to, I can't stop you. I guess per session is a good thing, but then that counts as a session, which makes no sense. Huh. Good to check. Good to check. Oh, it just mean that the session hasn't been resetted. I see. Cool. Good to know. Yeah. I mean, it's 8:30. I get it. 9:30. 9:30. So that's good. That kind of works. The subscriber follower thing is a good 10. Oh yeah, fuck. So far away. So far away. That's a good base, I think. The chat engagement activity threshold is 5. It's a slow chat, which makes sense. This is my stream. I can have that, which is really shitty. That is really shitty. And I can compact them for some reason, which makes no sense. Okay, cool. Great. This is bad, but that's fine. I've had that before, and that is the best way to get a headache for the whole day for me. It's just if I'm woken up by an alarm that isn't a slow alarm, I'm getting a headache for the whole day for sure. So someone calling me to deliver a package, meaning that I need to stand up, dress, open the door, go downstairs, get the package, come back up, I am dead for the day. Like, there is no question. It's just like nice. It's not. It's not a good thing. It is not a good thing. Okay, so we have this base, which is pretty neat nonetheless. There is a need for a lot more grids. We'll call it a lot more design related stuff, but as a one shot, this is pretty impressive. What we want, so we're all gonna keep that. Great start. Always compliment your LLMs because it costs money to the LLM houses. So that's to have them individual, individual widgets rather than one single combined one. Combined, I guess. And I'm just gonna launch that and we'll see. Cat, welcome on in. You are early. That's crazy. How are you? How's the day going? No, it's good. It's meant to piss you off, and it works. What camera you buying? Nope. Yep. No, not like that. Inside the engagement file. Just one by one. That's the thing. Have a good focus session. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's shit. That is shit. I did that as well. Not yesterday. 2 days ago. I did legs 2 days ago, and I don't like it. I don't like it for one reason, and I know the reason is so bad, but I don't fit my pants anymore. The pants that once were a bit loose on my legs are now a bit tight, and that's sad. That is sad. I wish that wasn't the case. But you know, it's okay. It's okay. It's just that these pants were expensive. No, I basically need a cut on legs and cut on other food. So we'll see if that can work. But I have doubts. I have doubts. Yeah, but that's kind of bad. That is kind of bad. So, okay. We don't have a hype train running. We won't have a hype train running until next week or in 2 weeks. I forgot. So, no way to test the hype train unless you decided to give subs and do things. I guess that's the best. That's the best money glitch on Twitch, right? You build a widget for streamers that requires bits or subs or things, and that way you can see if it works, so that you test it out. You know? You need to rest in between. That's what you need. That is what you need. The arrangement makes no sense. That's the thing. That's what I don't like. Uh, you know what? I feel like even though not a great idea, I feel like that might have been a better option because if it's just run through this entire thing, that might end up being like separated files, and therefore I can have that widgets can be placed somewhere. That would be better rather than having like a single page with everything. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. 3 individual widgets is a pretty okay ID with all their settings, and then that will probably help me get like a centralized or non-centralized, but like a defined um, design for each. So, you know, why not? Why not? Based on my current stream overlay, I feel like if we had a gauge on the right side of the screen, that could be a hype meter situation. And I wish I could find the VBI hype meter thing, because that used to be good. Like that used to be the the stuff I wanted to recreate, basically. But that doesn't exist anymore because VBI is dead or has been acquired by um, like Agato, as far as I remember. So yeah, that's the thing. This is from VBI. VBI Hub Meter is not going to be available. Yeah, it's right there. I guess that's the best. The best bet. Best bet is going to be this. Are we duplicating this? I don't know. They've made such a bad job at corner radius. That, you know, we're gonna fix things. We're gonna fix things. Goal tracker as a standalone format is an interesting thing because you end up with your followers and your subs in the same thing, which is kind of sad, but also it makes sense. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, no, not a dev. I mean, I wouldn't consider anyone vibe coding without knowing what happens a dev. I know you disagree, but not a dev. Um, Also, that makes absolutely no sense. Let me let me do that. I thought we were using the lucid icons for the SVG previews. Um, Shit, I added a letter. Also, yes, if you feel that you're gonna be weak, be be a bit less ego lifting, and yeah, fair point. Fair point. That's good. It is good. Hype Train, Goal Tracker, and Chat Engagement are pretty good. I feel like the sub counter and the custom goals are similar. Follower count as well. So overall, it feels like we should combine them, or at least in my head, we should combine them to get something that is just, you know, a single followers, like a single goal stuff. So yeah. Nonetheless, the thing that I was about to say, and then I stopped myself for some fucking reason. This morning, for example, I knew that I didn't have enough juice to be at the regular weight that I'm doing, and I just went one less, right? And like just dumbbell fly at 14 kilos instead of my 16s, and curls at 20 instead of 22 for the daily things, and that's, that's fine. It's fine. There are days that you are like a bit slower than others. The thing that is good though, I'm gonna go there because that makes sense to say here. The thing that is good is the fact that your muscle memory is really good. Yeah, my current is I'm using the 24, 26 kilos because that's what is in front of me. I could go to the 30, but I should be here, but I don't even think that works. Uh, I am limited by my size. That's the issue. The simple thing is the 26 are like at the limit where I can do the movement okay-ish. The 30s are like too wide for me to do anything properly. So I end up not being in good form. So I would rather not. I would rather not. I don't do incline bench because that hurts my back, which makes absolutely no sense. I have weak form on the incline, and I don't bench, basically. That's I used to bench when I was in Japan, and I don't know what changed between when I was in Japan and when I came back here, other than the fact that the machines are a tad different, but not much. Uh, but yeah, I do curls on a bench, yes. But same thing, it fucks with the angle because it's not like aligned with the shoulder. That pissed me off. So I usually do armor curls instead of regular curls. Not that it matters, to be honest. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. Just bench pressing is like, eh, depends. When I was in Japan, it was like 40. That's gotta be, yeah. When I was in Japan, it was 40 kilos on both sides, plus the bar. So I was at 100, I guess, and now I can't. I can't, like a 10 on both sides, and yeah. But now I'm just scared. Like that's no. With Smith machine, I don't like free weights. I just never have been good. But yeah, um, these things are good. The thing is, in Japan, most of them are slightly angled, Um, and in France, they are mostly straight. Like this one is slightly angled, which is not exactly what we have. We basically have shit like this. Not really, but like that's roughly the thing. So they are straight and they don't follow your arms things. So yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like it in France. Kind of weird. Slight angle just helps. But yeah. Um, but yeah, I hate free weight on things that are like heavier than 50 kilos. It's just like, not a good idea. Not a good idea. Um, Not a good idea. But then again, as I was about to say, I'm currently the main issue that I have is that I'm mostly scared with the health issues that I have, and yeah, I can't really push myself anymore. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a bit of an issue with the heart, which we want to avoid a tad. So yeah, you know, what did you do? That's the That's the feather stealing thing, right? As I remember. Good job. That's cool. Though you are just going back and forth. I feel like if the chat is just taking the thing all the time, it is going to be uh, a matter of just animated all the time, always going from one person to the other. Um, Not saying that's a bad thing, but yeah. Um, but that's cool. The Obviously, I am biased on this one. I think the animation could be a bit different and a bit more animated. But also, you just started working on this, so I'm not gonna say anything, and I'm gonna wait for you to just work on it a bit more. You did good so far. I think that the feather just going there is a pretty cool option. Um, I would be more anime oriented in the animation, and I know how annoying it would be, but yeah, I'd go with a DBZ slide teleportation thing. Um, Maybe a cat and a slice on one person, so that just you slice the person that has the feather, you get the feather, and then you get sliced by someone else. Um, the different angle, different cut on the profile picture could be good. Could be good. But yeah, no. Overall, like that's the you just don't believe in yourself, and you should. Um, What the fuck was I about to say? Oh yeah, dang. Yeah, with the heart condition, I can't push myself as much. So I'm kind of limited to do my workout in like 30 to 40 minutes maximum, to not bump my heart rate too high. And I could do some cardio, but if when I do, it's just so uh, dangerously tight in the chest situation. So I just uh, avoid it to not like just explode. at 6 in the morning when no one's there for survival and potential like rescue and whatever. If something were to happen when I'm in the gym, I would just be dead on the fucking mat, and no one would realize that I would be dead on the mat. So, not the best thing. Not the best thing. Other than that, yeah, condition is pretty good. I have these things that are making me sleepy, which is fine. I need to take like half of one every day. Otherwise, my heart rate is too high. But you know, it's fine. I'm probably at like 14 right now, because it's like the tail end of that medicine, and I'm taking it at 3:30, so in 30 minutes ish. So, yeah, 30 minutes of difference doesn't change anything, but yeah, that's the thing. The rest, the brain stuff is fine. I would say that's the good news. I need to book my appointment for next month, to get the MRI and check how bad it is or good it is. But yeah, overall pretty good. Overall pretty good. Nothing really specific about it. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. So, you know, that's the good news. That is the good news. Let's do that. Let's do that. So this is, I would say this is good, but I haven't checked. So let me just. Oh, I can't do that. God damn it. So you have your hype train. I don't know how the point system works. That's the thing that makes no sense. But yeah, there is no decay in the hype train Twitch. So that's okay. So that's something to fix. That's the first one. The second one is this, which we want to have today's situation, and we want 10 in total. So that makes sense. The scale is here. The followers is the thing that we want. That's good. I fear that it's not necessarily gonna save itself properly, but that's working. And then the chat engagement is very quiet, apparently. But we reset that, and the counter is there, so that's good. Cool. It needs a lot of design work, as always, but at least we have something, and we can just display it if it's necessary. It has a bit of transparency, so that's going to be on top of the stream, which is not necessarily good, but we'll see. And the thing that I'm saying is, because we already have our custom goals and sub counter that are basically the same thing, and you can change the style and so on, I feel like these should be contained and combined in something that makes more sense. So let's do that. Let's do that. This is good. So let me just keep that. Looking at the list of our current overlays / widgets, we have others goal-based. Yeah, goals-based widgets that I think we should combine with the new ones as styles, layouts. I guess layout. I'm using some big ass marketing terms right there in order to consolidate our offering, in order to make sure that the LMs know that I'm talking about something that would be accessible by or accessed by other people, and therefore it's an offering and so on. So I guess that's a thing. Yeah, let's just send that and hope for the best. See if it works. And see if it works. The automatic, I'm looking at YouTube stream on the other side. The automatic shorts feed stream is really weird. I wish I could just define where the crop is, but I can't do that, and also I can't have like multiple scenes. So yeah. Um, huh. My brain went somewhere. That happens not often, but that happens. Um, if you think about Stream Element, for example, and you look at Stream Element's offerings and their overall like widgets and creations and so on, you like you have so many versions of the same thing. Like they have alerts, but they are like these ones, for example, are different than this one. Even though it's the same exact thing, it's a different design. They are displayed as um, two distinctive choice that the user can make. So right now, even though I said it would be nice to consolidate, I feel like maybe it's better to create sections and do that instead. Have like sections of, oh, these are our goals widgets, these are our chats widgets, um, these are our alerts overlays and so on. So maybe that would be something that just makes more sense. I don't know. Maybe. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that here. Um, hmm, I don't know. I'm conflicted on this one. It just something in my head is telling me that this is a good idea and a bad idea at the same time. Um, hmm, nah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I feel like doing a combination of the goals is probably gonna be like custom goals, follow goals, sub counter, which is basically the sub goals. These should be just one. They are just one, just displayed differently. Um, so uh, That's interesting. My brain went to a very different place. So, what I just said in my head is the current thinking of single consolidated widgets that can take on many design might be better. This is a very me way of thinking. Uh, a very creator slash designer way of thinking, where some of you have complained about it before on Figma, for example, where you open one of the components that we have inside of the UI kit, and it has so much variation, viability things that are available on the side, and it would have been way easier for you to just quickly access a version of it that is like a slim notification, an expanded notification, some notification with an image, and so on. Whereas for me, I just want to be the most versatile version as possible, so that you have access to anything. And if you just wanted to get no actions possible and no time, then you get your slim notification in 3 clicks and you're done. But for someone that doesn't know how Figma works, really, you end up with the inability to achieve this because this is scary and like a lot. It's a lot of properties on the side. So it might be detrimental to me to get like in that thinking. Um, hmm. Let's just say that. Let's just say that. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, that's the. I would say that's the thing. I don't know. I'm unsure. It might be better to get like a section for the goals, a section for the chat, a section for yeah. Um yeah, the stream element way makes sense if I want to open this to the public. It is open to the public. People can access this page if they want to. They have the URL, but also it's kind of not necessarily the best option. Um, ah, I think I know, but I need to pee first. 1 second. I think I know. I think I know. That would be much better. Or what would be much better is basically we would want to have consolidated content, um, and gallery display, so that technically speaking, each of the widgets are displaying the right content or the right design or the changes of design, but then we can just call the same functions for everything related to the chat, for example. They're just like the widgets themselves are just CSS. So yeah. So that's the yeah. Yeah. If we get the same backend, the same functionalities on all of the widgets that are related to goals, for example, we end up with an output that will end up being pretty good because you ensure that every single goals stuff work the same, have the same capabilities, track the same functions, and so on, cache the same data in the same local storage, and then if the user decided at one point to change the visuals of their output widgets, you end up with something that is just truer than the others, because it's just like, oh, I just changed the design, but it's the same output. Like it looks the same, it works the same. I have the same numbers and so on. So that might be a greater option, better option overall. I just I just don't know about the previews. That's the thing. In the beginning, we had the previews made with a live preview of the content, and I feel like I need to make like very good screenshots. I'm gonna use Nani as well. Saya is not gonna be there. Where? Where the fuck? I don't know. But you probably know what I'm talking about. You probably have seen that before. It's probably in my likes somewhere. But if I get something like a proper preview for a widget, it would make a lot more sense. So even this one would have worked as a presentation of what I'm talking about, but it is fine. It's been a while though since I've seen some true good stream content. I know that Yuri is doing the same thing, but like Yuri is mostly CSS and HTML, not necessarily widgets, compared to some of the other people that I'm following, like here. Where in the I'm looking for something, I can't find it. The usual. Close-ish. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think it's necessary for me to showcase what I'm talking about because it's just it makes sense. But I'm still gonna do it. I'm still gonna find the thing because I know we saw it not so long ago, I think. I don't, I don't. Uh, the usual thing. I don't remember the name of the person that posted it, and also it's a tweet in Japanese, so I can't really search for it. Um, because I don't have the name. I don't have the name. But things like this, for example, where you can see the previews and so on, um, that would be a very good presentation. That's not the one I was looking for, but that's the one enough that I have in front of me. So, that's good. All right, so it changed 9 files. It did Go widgets consolidation, 3 visual styles, separated with widgets presentations. So I'm expecting things to be minimal goal, percentage goal, progress goal, and so on. Probably at the end, different things. So if we go into the percentage one, have a good look. We get this, so we know exactly what happened. We can go into the settings, say that our target is 10, that we want the thing to be on today, and then that's good. The percentage would need to be either the circular one or the horizontal one, so that's a good thing. Design-wise, we can just change that, because otherwise it's not gonna work. But yeah, similarly to what we have right here, right? This overlay thing that I made, it's very simple, but that's basically the idea. Making sure that I have something that could be created like this with similar activities, similar actions, similar animations, potential when the thing happens, does it rotate and so on, so that I don't have to make these inside of OBS directly. That is the main reason why I'm doing these widgets. It's just like so much easier for me to just go through and say, that's better. The known dark scent. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I don't play D&D. Girl, hi, welcome in.
TG
I
underscore
did
Khalil raided my stream with 21 viewers.
once, I think. But it's been a while. It has been a while. Yeah, welcome in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I hope you're good. I hope your stream was good. I still need to fix this thing. Or, yeah, this thing, but I didn't. My bad. It's still a very good presentation of a designer forgetting to do something. But for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. We are currently working on the stream suits things that I'm working on, like stream widgets, overlays, and other things for streamers. Currently working specifically on the goal-related widgets to make sure that you have the ability to showcase the goals that you have for your channel on your stream if you're streaming, and or to just look at things, and it's fine. Have a good run. Kale, take care of yourself. But yeah. Channel recommendation, that's a first. It happens. Do you play D&D? I'm guessing you do. I'm guessing you do. No, we had one campaign back in 2014. That's the last time I played, where we did something. The DMs that I was playing with basically created JoJo Bizarre's Adventures E campaign. So we were all like kind of stand users at times, but usually human-ish with stands, which was kind of fun. But yeah, I don't play. I don't have the time to play, nor do I take the time to play. Working on too much stuff at the same time, which is kind of sad. Which is kind of sad, but yeah. That's the thing. I don't know if you will find a lot of players around here. In the chats, maybe there are some people that play D&Ds that would like to be recruited. But yeah.
The known Dark Senate is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. See? We have the test. It worked. It worked. Thank you for following, but also thank you for making sure that we can check if the functions work. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I feel like no, I'm French, which is really sad, but I don't have the very French accent that most people have. So people don't know that I am French by default, but yes, French. Sadly, it happens. It happens. Very close though. Belgians, really close, really close by. What do you mean you want? What do you mean you want the baguette for a minute? The baguette again? I don't like the baguette. Nonetheless, one of the things that I want to have here with the baguette is thing to be very optional, right? Like an option. We need to say, well, do you want to have a title? Do you want to have a percentage? Do you want to have the thing display this way or that way? And yes, that is how we will do the thing, right? Because it would make sense. It will make sense. Yowen, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was the raid? Thanks a lot for that. How's your day going? How is the day going? Yeah. Also, Denny, I had a question for you, and then I didn't ask the question because I forgot that I had a question for you. How's the fucking work situation thing that we talked about last time you were here? And are you still taking freelancing jobs? Anger management for what? Anger management for the liveries. I think Red Bull unveiled one today or yesterday. You might be used as a pawn in the company. That's sad. If it's in the company, that's sad. If it's at home, that's even sadder. At the client, well, shit. Marcy, welcome back. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Brain, please connect the neurons, at least the two that you have. That, yes, god damn. Great, so we need to have toggles, I guess, and stuff for no, to make things optionally displayed in each of these. So like the title, percentage, range, and so on. I guess. I don't think that's gonna go through, but you know. Product design full time. Team is great. Are you back in Canada? I forgot if you are still. I mean, the last time you stayed in Italy for a long time, so that is the question. More chemistry is good. I know you had like that kind of. That's sad. I know you had that issue with the relationship of them, or at least the perceived relationship that you had with them, was not necessarily them trusting you. So I'm happy to see that they do, or at least from what you're saying, it seems that it is better. Um, but yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this goal minimal being like a separated things. Um, yeah, I mean, even though I hate saying this, but it's true. The fact that you are in Italy and not necessarily like close by and available and easy to reach and so on, that's a bit of a harder integration system for a new team. So not saying that it makes sense, but it makes sense, you know. Um, yeah, that's exactly what I needed. Um, let's hope it remains the same. But yeah, good. At least good that you are now more integrated and having fun and the other things. That is good news. That is the good news that we like. We like to see that. Let me check the percentage. I'm thinking that this is not done yet. So yeah. Um yeah. That's good. That is good. My brain went somewhere that is related to what you've done, um, or what we've done somewhere. A lot of help on this one. A lot of help. Um, I think it's on this one. Yes, it is. So, this thing that we talked about last time that was pretty cool. Um, that reminded me that the opposite is pretty true. A lot of other places are doing, and you did that at one point in one of these, if I remember correctly. Um, a lot of places are doing the opposite, where instead of having a gradient from transparent to the map, they are doing the map really bright with the location here, and then it goes transparent to the edges, which is interesting. And that reminded me that it could be a very good addition for Ban in terms of the map editor to positioning this thing properly and then having uh, your map in that way. Like that's a thing. So eh, if you haven't yet, go there, do that. Um, now that the login is working, yeah, it's working. Google login is working, and uh, email and password is working as well. The thing is, you may have to refresh the page with the email and password signups. It's kind of weird. It's a bit broken. And underscore are working, yes. And I haven't fixed the light mode, dark mode issues that I have with it. But yeah, I'm still working on it. Also, Stony, you burn through so much. Not you specifically, but you basically made um, Cloudflare send me an email saying, "Hey, so you are already burning through 50% of your uh, allowed stuff. So, you know, maybe don't." And yeah, I I need to figure out why that's the case because that's bad. I know, but I don't know exactly which specifics um, of the KV is working, and I don't know if it was like on that day specifically. It was working on the project as well. So, um, yeah. Yeah, someone contacted me for a job that is pretty cool, nonetheless, as a freelancer, but I thought maybe you would have been a bit more aligned with what they are looking for, but since they are looking for someone that is like full-time, that might not be you. That might be me. Ah. But yeah, no, that's a thing. That was a secondary thing. Also, they are like US based, so it would have been a bit more aligned with your current time zone compared to me. So that's another thing that is the reason. The other person would have been Kane, but I don't know if Kane would have been able to potentially work with them with Argentina and the US being like kind of bad. Um, yeah, because you probably have uploaded the same image multiple times and I didn't. Um, I don't think I do. I don't think I do delete images. Yeah, I know. I need to check. I need to check. But today we are on overlays. Not bad. Not bad stuff. But yeah, no, nonetheless, for the map thing, I do think that getting like this map in a bit of a better design would help so much to make it like look better. So yeah, working on that. Working on that soon. Um, but overlay one. Overlay -1. Overlay one. So my minimal time. Just today, and then you want to get the theme minimal, bold, glow. That is shitty as fuck. All right, they decided to change everything. This is not a good idea. Let me just go back. Let me just go back. And yeah, just be here and have fun with that. Why? Why? Is it me? Is that an issue? Um, yeah, it is. I mean, the name needs to change, but it's the it's my basic version of stream elements for streamers. That's the thing. Um, yeah, probably. Probably will end up with that. Um, yeah, but Clerk is a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. It's been really bad. You can access it if you want to. It's overlay at aoa.live, but you know, as I said last time, um, there is no guarantee that anything in there is gonna remain as it is, ever. So this is mostly a thing for me and you ish. Um, yeah. Yeah, if that happens, you just need to refresh the page, Benny. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, and I don't really understand why that happens, but that happens, and apparently the 2FA is working. When you refresh, you're going to be logged in and you can access the editor, but it's just like, for some fucking reason, it doesn't want to go through, and I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's bad. That bad. Um, all right. Well, you shouldn't, but that's interesting. Um, I think based on how this is already accessible, I think it is. Um, it is. So it is basically open source already. You have access to the thing if you want to just download that and probably find my secret keys somewhere in there. No, I don't. I think I'm good on this one. I think I didn't have, or I don't have them publicly in there. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. But yeah. Maybe because of the refresh, yes. But no, I don't think so. I think I'm a dumbass and I didn't implement the things properly. That's probably the reason. That is probably the reason. But you're right. Yeah, I mean that was the thing. As I said, I received the email that said we are closing shop, and instead of going to obvious options of other people creating the exact same thing, I just said, let me just create the same thing and see. So yeah. But it's gonna be, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably gonna be a product that dies really fast based on lack of users, lack of funding, and lack of resources. Other than that, it's fine. Lack of marketing, indeed. The fact that you forgot that I was working on that is probably a big tell. But yeah. The range is there. Yeah, I don't know. I said I wanted the things to be optional, but I don't know if it's a good idea. No, confidence of success is not necessarily an issue. It's mostly marketing. Not gonna lie. I think if I marketed the thing, it would be successful, but I don't give a shit. I just build stuff. That's the wrong thing. I think that's my issue. I just create stuff and then I work on them, but that's it. Nonetheless, they are good. They're a good product. They work. They do the thing that they're supposed to do. I mean, this one is kind of for making money, but not really, based on what I've said right here. Like it's not going to make money at all. Also, I forgot that. But yeah. I looked at, by the way, I looked at the latest bento thing. Let me see if I can just find the fucking message. Yeah, this. This one. Um, yeah, no. So in the in the closing email thing, by the way, if you are not, if you are someone that uses Linktree and you want to get like a 50% off Linktree Pro for a while, you can use that code. You shouldn't know about it, but you know, here it is. Uh, Nonetheless, this basically is interesting, at least from my point of view, when you go into pricing, because that's the thing. They want to give you 50% off um, the pro tier for the first months or first 6 months, right? And what they say is that if you are monthly, it's $13 a month. So that's like $650 a month with the 50% off. That's already more expensive than what I'm offering on a yearly basis. And if you pay annually, meaning that you will probably get like something at 120, so $60 for the year, I am half the price. So marketing wise, pretty good. I'm pretty good. But it's kind of the same thing. Like the starter point, which is the exact same thing, um, end up being approximatively the same. And yeah, that's eh. It's not good marketing. Yeah. Um, yeah. Get get you these, which by the way, it's 3:30, so I need to get these as well for myself. Timing is good. Timing was good. Um, but yeah, if you have like blood pressure related stuff, hypertension and so on, get some of the medication that works for you based on doctor's advice and so on. For anxiety, there are some medicine for that, but also not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes it is good to know the causes uh, of anxiety and the reason, and if it is really anxiety and not something else disguised as anxiety because you don't know exactly what it is yet. That's also something that happens. Um, Vitamin D, just just go sun-based for like 15 minutes a day, and you should be good. Otherwise, take yourself some vitamin D supplement, like the one in the glass capsules things. These are good. Um, and also, yeah, do things that are good for you. That's also a good thing. Um, like if you are like me and you like cakes, go get cakes when something needs to, um, celebrated, get better, and so on. Maybe you are someone that likes to go for a drink. Go for drinks. Get yourself a nice place. Find a date if you want to. If you don't want to, don't do that. But that's the thing. It's an option. Also, look at that shit. I'm sorry. Really? Really? A rectangular button next to a circular button? That makes no sense. Makes no sense. Anywho. So yeah, it is cheap. It is cheaper than everything, but also it is very free. And I basically need to go through the first, like the first plateau, my first 100 users, um, in a yearly basis to go through and be safe, financially speaking, for the project to remain. I would say the best option would be to get some people to get the lifetime thing, which I specified the number. And it's not like an arbitrary number that I just typed random numbers and said, well, good enough. This is basically how much I'm expecting you to cost me in terms of infrastructure cost for roughly 10 years. And then past 10 years, you are costing me, but I'm expecting that if the project remains alive for more than 10 years, it's well deserved that you have been there since the beginning. So that's the thing. The lifetime is going to be there for, I think, the first two plateaus, and then it's going to go away. But you know, um, what do you mean? How you make up 50 cent, 57 cent? There, not really. Um, I basically need 10 lifetime to be cost covered. As mentioned here, I'm currently like that down in terms of how much I spent on this entire thing so far. I should have had. But yeah, we need to have like some paying customers to go through and to basically cover that cost. Um, but yeah, we talked about that last week and on Monday as well, Denny. It is something that I also thought of doing to get like, um, yeah, I do. I do. I do, but also we only have 13 users so far, so you know it's fine. Basically, the first let me just bounce around for 1 second. The first thousand, nope, the first 10,000 users don't cost me anything, so that's kind of safe, and that's for Clerk specifically for the hosting of the authentication. Anything that's related to Convex is going to be good up to the 5,000 users, roughly. And then after that, it's going to be $25 a month, which is like technically a lot, but it should be fine. And I have like some aggressive throttling to not go over the limit and stuff. But that's basically where we are and what we are currently working on or working with. The the cost of the worker is probably gonna grow based on the fact that I'm just going through the free tier really, really fast. Like if I have one day when I have 3 people that just sign up and do stuff, the worker would just have a bit of an issue. The good thing is most of the worker is also potentially working on the client side, so that's offset the cost in some cases. But then the same thing. And so in the beginning, the first paying users is costing me $1,000. The second one is dividing by 2, and so on and so on. So I need supporters. I need paying people to make sure that the product remains alive. But that's never gonna pay me, which is the main point, right? I don't want to get paid for this thing. I want this thing to survive on its own in its echo chamber of supporters able to just support the thing. There is a ton of other forums and platforms that just have, well, supporter-based cost. and bills. So that's a thing that I'm thinking of having. But yeah, for now, not a thing. So Denny, the thing for the perfume app, non-perfume app things, right there. Um, yes, I thought about doing the exact same thing with clothes and basically saying, well, I have this cardigan pullover thing that is from Uniqlo. This is the code that I have so that the app could go fetch the Uniqlo picture, or you can take a picture with your phone and then have your wardrobes um, basically there. And so that in the morning, instead of having your perfume recommendation, you would have your outfit recommendation for the day. So I thought about it. Um, I don't think it's a viable ID for me to create for cost purposes. Again, same situation, but it is an ID that I have. The main reason for this to not be viable is the hosting of images, because an image that is hosted on a website, like an existing website, and I'm just fetching it and getting the ID or the ID, the image itself, and then I'm extracting it and doing my thing, whatever. That's going to be an optimized image, even though high quality, it's going to be optimized for sure. An image that someone is snapping from their camera roll is going to take so much more space, and on-device optimization is not as good as on server. And again, as always, you need to basically have some sort of a on-server um, thing to work. So I would say that's the main issue. But again, for proof of concept, you can make it for free as long as you remain Apple-centric or Google-centric. Google-centric is going to be a bit more of an issue, but Apple-centric is going to be easier, and you can get something for free. But yeah, the cost-wise thing, my analysis of this one is if I reach 1 million users, not necessarily 1 million paying users, the cost of Clerk alone is going to be something like 2.5K a month. So that's not an option. Can't do that. I can't do that. So yeah. Basically, when I reach the 10,000-ish users is the time where I would need to move to something like a self-hosted authentication system. So yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's basically when I am close to reaching the amount of users that I'm supposed to have. And that's the other thing. If I go through something like a $1 for access instead of a free access, a user that decides to pay like $1 to get access to something is gonna basically provide 55 cents back to me based on the cost and the transaction cost and so on. That is enough to cover their cost for the first few months. So that could be a thing, but yeah. Viability of this project is only viable if people are interested in getting like dark mode, light mode, themes, different versions of the cards and so on. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. But the issue is mostly like if you go with Firebase. I should have gone into the pricing thing, but it's fine. I'm using Firebase as a reference for anything that is like, you know, hosting, which is not the best option, but it makes sense. You basically get their pay-as-you-go system, which is weird, but it makes sense. You basically have everything that is in the free tier, uh, and then it's just like based on how much you're using, you're paying 10 cent per gigs of data. So if you are hosting files, specifically pictures for that clothing stuff, you end up with quickly getting to a gigabyte of data, which is like not much, right? It's 10 cents. But if your app is working and successful and so on, you end up paying pretty much a lot. So there's that. And then there's all the cloud function and all the things and all the simplification, the processing of the images on the cloud and so on. So that's the thing. Like if you had, let's say you just had like 10 gig of data, which is, or 1,000, like just a terabyte of data. Just trying to get that right about here. That's roughly like $180 in a monthly basis, which is not that much based on how much the app could be costing, but still, like you basically need to convert people really fast and ensure conversion, and then based on the simple system of this is a monthly recurring payment that you need to do, it basically implies that the app that you're building needs to be a monthly recurring payment for the users as well. So yeah, that's a bit of the annoying thing. I specifically now that people are kind of fed up with the subscription model, which I get, eh, that is where we are. Um, you know what? Your gardening app is a good idea. Uh, I I know we haven't talked about it in a while, but it is a good idea. I feel like this is something that would be useful for you, useful for other people, and you know, monetization wise, you may not have the best path to monetization because people that are gardening are not necessarily on their phone all the time and needing to get the information that the app would provide. But if you build something that is good enough and provide enough information and enough planning, I don't see why not. But yeah, it's again the cost thing and the reason why I decided to go with a very simple and one-time payment for the perfume app. It's just like I mean, it's good, but if at some point I need to pay monthly for something, I'm dead on the first month, basically. Like that's I don't really have a choice. Gotta be dead really fast. Because this is just $24 a month or $24 once, and most of the platforms are $25 a month. So I would need to at least convert one person from non-paying to paying every month. And so far, that's been the case. So, that's fine. But there is a limited amount of people that are probably going to be converted at some point, and therefore that's I don't have them yet. And when I reach the maximum amount of people that I could have in this on this app, it's gonna be cost out of my pocket, which is not good. So yeah, I would say that's That's the most important thing. When you understand the business logic and the how much this thing is gonna cost you, then and only then can you define, is this worth it to do a subscription-based model? Is it worth it to do a one-time payment? Does it need to be something that is like a safer alternative of donation-based system, which is also, for some reason, something that kind of works in some situations, not most, but some situations. And right now, most people are fed up with subscription and they want one-time, lifetime payment things. So I I have a feeling that there will be a bit of a trend soon of pre-planned half lifetime, meaning someone that says this is the price for the next 5 years. Like this is a 5-year renewing contract, basically. So you can get the app for 5 years and then it's going to renew after 5 years. And the main reason for this is the same model as the gyms, which I hate, but it works, of saying we are providing the service to all the people. We have way more subscriber than we have actual people that comes to the gym. And we are using the people that are forgetting that they have the subscription to fund the gym. So with a 5-year rolling plan, people will absolutely forget that they have paid something. And then after 5 years, it's just renewed automatically. And then you get the money. It's pretty bad. Don't do that. But it's what happens. It's the same thing for me for the yearly plan. Like there is a lot of things that I'm getting to pay for on a yearly basis that I just forgot about. And I just receive an email of PayPal saying your payment for things has been successful. And I'm like, fuck, I forgot this. And then I get to forget again. And the next year I'm like, oh shit, I forgot again. Happens so often that, yeah. But that's the thing. And so unless you have, going back to that, unless you have ongoing cost, thing that you know that will be monthly or yearly, then your app can be free. And as soon as you need to pay for something on a recurring basis, you need a subscription-based model for sustainability and survival of the product, which is really bad and sad based on what users currently want. But you don't really have a choice. So that is the current state of things. Probably gonna get better soon, but for now, that's not the case. But yeah, the thing that I've seen as well is that some of the product that I'm using would probably cost 60K a month at some point. If the product that I have are successful enough, it's going to cost me about 60K every month just to operate. At these levels of user base, usually you have enough money that comes in. But for example, Techie that just launched his product not so long ago and already has 100,000 users with I forgot how much in revenue, but also 35K a month in cost. So yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. So that's something to really think about when you're building a product, whatever. And most of these things can be self-hosted, which means that you only need to pay for the hosting. Most of these things can have their workers self-hosted as well. You can self-host your own worker with an A10 and other automation systems. And so you basically cut your cost by a lot. But then the reliability of the system is on you. Like you need to make sure that the authentication system works. You need to make sure that the hosting system work. You need to make sure that all of the file system accessibility is always the case. And if like Cloudflare is down, then you're down as well. Most of the time, most companies are down as well. But like that's the thing. If you have an AWS outage, you're down. So that's something to think about when you're building a product, which is the thing that I think about all the time. Not because I'm building products all the time, kinda, but because it's just necessary. You need to have the business mindset to make sure that overall it's on point and that you're not gonna lose money and bleed out money off the account all the time. Right now, I kind of am. It's not a good thing. Just not a good thing. But again, um, this one is self-hosted, basically. So this entire thing is self-hosted. It's on the user private iCloud, so I don't need to do anything. And the only person that will pay for something is going to be the user if they run out of iCloud space. Other than that, doesn't cost me anything other than the $100 a year to make sure that the app is on the store. That's about it. So that's a pretty good thing. As I said, I made $500 roughly with this one so far since November 2024, and that means that I covered my cost for uh, the first year and the second year of paying for Apple's platform, and then the $300 that are on the side were covering the cost of the cursor, the clone subscription, and so on. So I'm down $100 ish on this one alone. And then I added Perfume, which has given me more income so far, which makes me kind of break even ish. So close. But yeah, like that's the thing. But then the growth of this one is so slow. Like it spiked in the beginning. I had like 2,000 users in basically the first months, and now we are running slow in acquisition, which is really bad. So yeah, have a good call. Have a good call session. So that's bad. That's bad. This one would have been a paid app in the beginning, in the thinking of what it could be. It would have been a paid app, but then because it would have been like a travel guide from me to you, so I'm giving you the information, and then you that's it. The thing that would be interesting now that we have a bit more knowledge about this and what could be working and such is exactly making this a personal app for the place that you are going to, and then making sure that my personal recommendations are behind some sort of a DLC package of I have recommendation for Tokyo, I have recommendation for Osaka, I have recommendation for Paris, I have recommendation for the south of France. And that could be something that is like in the app. So the app is just like, here is your stuff, the thing that you like. So basically the same as Placify. Placify is basically that ID. You have like all your content, all of your stuff, wherever. And then, you hold the data, the information and such. And maybe you have stuff right here and you like them and whatever, it's simple, it works. But then you can buy the pro version and it's a monthly cost. Same thing. So that's a big ass thing. But yeah, it's basically the same idea, same concept, same simple. Um, it's really bad. Don't go there, please. It's it is a known and famous restaurant because it is in a lot of movies. It's also a chain, and it's also one of these um, places that is open all night long. So you go there when you're drunk at 4 in the morning because it's open. And yeah, all the people that I know that went there um, get food poisoning every time they go, but they go there, which makes no fucking sense. But yeah, every time they're like, well, I'm going to be sick for the next week. And that's, yeah, that's how it works. That is how it works. Um, yeah, but a kebab is better. A kebab is better. It would be safer for you to get a kebab in Paris than to go to Pied de Cochon because, goddamn, that's bad. Yeah. And going back to your learning Japanese thing, I'm sure you can. What I would highly recommend you to do is uh, simply get the. Obviously, I'm gonna share my own thing, but get the travel dictionary, in which case you have like 100 phrases. However, for you specifically, don't do that because you can't even read this, which makes no sense. Get yourself something that is like um, uh, visually pronounced so that you really understand how to pronounce thing and so on, because I kind of did that on this one. I did the romaji on the side so that you really have the ability to read it, but it doesn't really matter. As always, knowing to say or knowing how to say hello, good morning, to say thank you, excuse me, pardon me, which are two different things. uh, you kind of good. Like, you kind of good. And then the most important thing, if you have an iPhone and you have an action button on the side, just do that. That is the best option. Like, you just get the action button to be the Google Translate, and that's it. When you need to speak to someone, it's just directly, it's there, it's accessible. Mine is always in Japanese English because I need to do some translation here and there, but that's good enough. And yeah, the conversation thing is not necessarily working as I expected it to work, but it's fine. So the action button, if you have the action button, the thing that replaced the silence button, the do not disturb button. If you have an Android phone, you can have like a shortcut somewhere. Um, boy, yeah, yeah. Which I mean, if you have the iPhone 16, you have the action button on the top left of your phone. Just set it to Google Translate while you're there. Like, that's the best thing. Um, it is, but it's not silencing anymore. That thing, that thing is, God damn it. I should. I don't think it's in there. Is it in there? That's so slow. God damn. Apple's website is just. Ugh. Um, I should just search, shouldn't I? Right? Searching would be so much easier. Um, That's the footer. That is still the footer. Uh, Let me go back there. Hmm. You know what? It's gonna be faster if I do that. It's going to be faster. So in your settings, you're supposed to have access to this menu right here, which is the action button menu. And in there, you can define whatever you want. There is a set of pre-existing things in there, and you can just change it. For me, it's a shortcut being open an app, and that's it. And it's really cool. It's useful. The rest of these things is not necessarily good enough, at least for me. Like most of these are not used, but most of the time, like when I got this thing the first time, um, it was set to silence in the beginning, and then I switched it to nothing, and then I switched it to this when I went to the hospital in Japan because I didn't have a choice. Just for some reason needed to communicate with the people in the hospital to make sure that I, could be good. And since then, it hasn't changed. It's just translation. So yeah, just do that. Just do that. There is a ton of things that I have in place on my phone, for example, where I don't think I can do that while it is plugged in. But if I double tap the back, it's taking a screenshot of the page and going into translating, like detecting the language, translating the content. So if I see something that is in Chinese, in Japanese, in German, in whatever, just double tap the back and just translate the page or the content of the page automatically. That is a pretty cool thing. And this is in the accessibility uh, sections, tabs, whatever. I forgot exactly the name. It's like back tabs. That's cool. However, it is triggered by default sometimes. So, you know, it happens. But yeah, do that. Don't get an app. Don't get a thing. Maybe get yourself like a YouTube video of the 20 most common Japanese phrase you will encounter in your travel. That's probably a title that exists. And just watch that twice in the flight when, you would be good. You would be good. It's not that complicated. And also, you're going in May, so you have time. It's gonna be hot. Just be ready for that. That's that. Yeah, god dang. Right now, let me show you what is right now. Let's see if I can find them though, because that's gonna be a wild thing. We've had yeah, that is Sapporo right now. That's the north of Japan. And so it's just blizzards and it's I mean it's kind of crazy how everything is just so nice, but also everyone is really, 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 really cold. But that is the current state of things um, of just January 14th, which is like 2 days ago, where all of that snow just dropped. Um, However, in Tokyo right now, it's like it's fine. You just need a slight jacket at times, but not too much. Um, so yeah, I would love to go at this time of year in Sapporo just to experience the snow because Japanese snow is a bit different. It looks better. But then there's that, and then the other thing is What the fuck? Um, right now, today specifically, I'm gonna use today because it's gonna be a thing. But we've had a bit of an issue where some electric outage happened, and you see the scale of Tokyo working people that just get stuck and can't do shit if they don't have their trains. A lot of them had to be evacuated on the tracks, which is not something that happens often, but it happens, and that's a lot. So as you can see, Tokyo today is kind of fine in terms of temperatures, in terms of weather, and so on. And then the north of it is just underneath the snow, which is crazy. Anyways, derails. Um, so yeah, no, don't learn Japanese if you are just getting there for a week trip. Tweep. Good job. Um, learn Japanese for like a month's trip. Like if you know that you are gonna stay a month, learn Japanese. That's gonna be useful for your trip. Just learn the most useful 10 phrases, the 10 sentences, the thing that people are gonna ask you to say, not say, but like reply to at the convenience store, for example. Usual things. Do you need a bag? Do you want to reheat this thing? And how do you want to pay? Like, these are the questions. There is 3 versions most of the times, and sometimes some Japanese, I know they do it on purpose. No, I don't think they do, but I'm thinking some of them do. They use some of the different words compared to what foreigners know. So, uh, fukuro is bag, and sometimes they say reji fukuro, which is different, as in the reji in register. So the bag from the register, that's the thing. But also sometimes they decide to say fuguro, which is instead of fukuro, they say fuguro, which is similar, but it sounds different, just to fuck with you. I'm sure that they do it on purpose. So you end up with not really knowing what they are asking you, and then yeah, how do you want to pay is just like a very different thing. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Just focus on the day-to-day activities, the day-to-day sentences, and you should be good. That's gonna be the reality of things. It's gonna be fine. It is going to be fine. But you're right. Focus. Focus, focus, focus. So I think the percentage one is kind of shit. I have a feeling that this needs to be a lot better than this. Also, sorry if you hear the cleaning crew outside. They are here. One of the things that I don't like here is the fact that the range in the center, the circular range, is not centered. So that's a thing. You see, that's the issue with me right now. I feel like I want to get the system to be allowing me to have either percentage in the center, or 1 out of 10 in the center, or simply the amount of the day, like this one. because that could work as well, but also, I don't know. There's something about this overlay that doesn't really work for me. I think the main issue is the fact that it's not centered. That doesn't help in the slightest. Will never help in the slightest. Um, I didn't know we had opacity. And the fact that I said that this should be a good idea is a good idea, right? Like that's it's not a bad move. What? Mm. Yeah. It's not necessarily that. It's mostly like I don't know exactly if I want to. Going back to the discussion and the topic that I was talking about earlier, before I went to pee. Right now, I'm thinking as a designer, and that's bad. It's good for me, but it's bad for the user. As as myself, these things, the fact that I can say, here are my display options. Do you want to show the title, show the circular percentage, uh, the target and so on. That's good for me, but it's not really good for a regular user. And based on what I just said, maybe you want the exact same thing, a circular goal like this one, and say it's in percentage or it's plain number, and that's it, and that's your option. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of unsure, unsure about how to approach this in a way that just makes sense and will make sense for users rather than will make sense for me. Because right now it makes sense for me, and that's fine. That's the goal. But I don't know. That's when going back to 2023 would have been good. At 2023, I was a bit better with Tailwind, and I would be able to change the design by myself. Right now, that's not the case. Not anymore. Not anymore. Um, so, switch things out. Instead of checkbox. um, That's just a basic thing. But yeah, no, I don't know. Again, going back to the stream element thing of maybe it could be every different design are presented. So because I want to have some sort of a similar to this thing overlay, then maybe I need a new goal thing that is a circular goal, and that's it. It's just like it's a circular with circular text around it, daily follow, daily subs, for example, and a single number in the center. Um, that might be what I need to, make sense. But I don't know. Also, when I ask Cursor most of the time to say what you have circular text, it just fucks it up. So that's not going to help. That is not going to help or work in any way, shape, or form. That's better. It's still not a toggle. Ah, yeah. Hmm. That's good. That's good. Which version of Claude are you using, by the way? Are you like Opus friendly or are you um, Sonnet friendly? Jean-Claude, yeah. No, yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense just for the French. That is not. That's broken right here. That's better. Cool. Um, great. That makes sense. The reason for this is sometimes, and most of the times, these things, when I'm taking a look at them through OBS, it just doesn't work. And that's kind of sad. So, you know, that's the thing. So, yeah. Um, I see. Good. You might be interested in OpenCloud. Um, uh, there is the OpenCloud Cowork thing, which Cloud Cowork happened to exist or just have been dropped. There is a person that has created like a version that is a bit better. That's not the one I'm looking for. I think that's the one in question that basically gives you Cloud Cowork systems so that you can use it with whatever model you have. And so if you run an LLM on device with like a local thing like Mistral or Llama or whatever, um, that is working. So yeah, it's not Claude, it's Claude-like behavior with other models, basically. So you know, maybe check it out. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You do you. But yeah, it's a potential thing. I don't know much about it. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. All I know is that it's an open source version of the Claude Cowork thing. I mean, I can run the things on my device, so you absolutely do. You already do, basically. Like again, I think I said that before, but like OpenAI open models, they're free and locally running models so that it doesn't cost you anything, all accessible through this thing, and you can just use that instead um, and be good with it. Claude is not like an open model thing, so that's kind of sad. But yeah. Anyways, dang. Um, that's good. I'm done with this. It's kind of sad, but it's okay. It's okay. Uh, I feel like it's gonna be easier if I just send a screenshot, but I doubt with everything that the screenshot is gonna help or be available and feasible. So these buttholes are pretty neat. Let's use that. Let's use that instead. Of the goal widgets. That's interesting. That's an interesting thing. I feel like if it works, it works. Yeah. I mean, you know, that is a simple single number. Yeah, I should have added the number in the center, but like,
A flicker of light ignite.
of a true circle
A weary soul
with
lost.
circular text. That sounds like nothing. That makes no fucking sense. Related to the ball type. And I'm gonna parenthesis this with followers or subs. Going back to what I said in the beginning of the stream, this makes no sense. This is hard for me to wrap my head around for the explanation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy that, and I'm just gonna go there and say this. Go back to Figma. Take this thing, or technically I should probably just add like a text layer in the center. Sorry, a text layer in the center, and use I think Burbas is fine-ish for this use case. I'm gonna do 80 point and put that in, I don't know, in bold.
In the depths of darkest night.
You know, something like this.
Of light ignite. A weary soul.
And then hope for the best. Spaghetti, hi, welcome back. How have you been? How's your day going? How's everything? It's been a while. It's been a bit. It's been a bit. No. No. If I give it the SVG code, I'm gonna end up with something that is not editable. If I'm giving it something that is an image as a reference, I'm gonna get something that is as an output, like more editable, meaning that right now I just have something that says daily followers or daily follow, but potentially if I were to change that to something different, it would be easier for me to just not get that. And also the SVG specifically is like splitted letters. So SVG is fixed text. That's basically what I'm saying. So, right, you just get all of that. You get your registration, your output, your whatever, your things, and then you do that, and you press enter, and ta-da! What is the snack? Is it spaghetti? I mean, I don't know if you can count spaghettis as snacks. Maybe. Maybe. That's good. That is good. One of the Mexican place that I go to usually um, is basically, I mean, they used to be better than what they are now, which is really sad. Um, they they changed their recipe for their tortilla chips, and it's kind of sad. Yeah. That's another thing. Yeah. Yeah. I hate this. The fact that the gradient in the background is just flashing every time that something refreshes. That just makes no sense to me, but it's there. Um, it's there. Um, where? There, circular goal. All right. So we have follower goal right here. Um, and then the text right here saying daily follower goal that is appearing around the circle, which is not really the case. So that makes no sense, right? If I just do that, that's going to be daily follow. And then if I do this, I'm not getting the distance that I need to get. So spaces are reduced to half, which is not what we want, right? We want this to be better than that. But that's something. And see, that's same thing, right? Yes, I am. I'm basically vibe coding a streamer stuff for or streamer activities option. Target is 10 a day, and you want the followers to be right there. Use the follow. Daily follow is going to be there. Circular size text. Nope, circle size. Circular text needs to be like fat. The font is shit. It's good to know. That is good to know. I don't know what font I use for this, but to have the one so straight, I forgot. I'll need to check. And then the background. That's not gonna be good. That is not gonna be good. Cool. That's a good. I mean, that's a good start. It's a good start. That's a good start. We need secondary circular text, I guess. On the opposite side. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna start with that and we're gonna hope for the best. The font's gonna need to be bigger, and I don't know exactly what needs to be there. But it's gonna be fine. It's going to be fine. That resets to all time. That's not good. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. So yeah, I'm currently working on something that is for me mostly, but it's also accessible for everyone. So you can just get there and connect yourself. And it just contains a ton of overlays to, get a better stream environment. This one is the one that I want to work on the most because it's the sound alert. So basically, you just have um, define your sounds. This is very shitty interface, but you define your sounds and you then just have the ability to just define if it's something that is going to be triggered by a comment, comment, or a simple text chat message thing. So off my croissant, for example, is going to be um, there. It's really faint, but it's there. Yeah, we don't need the target, but that's fine. So if I just do that, you know, you get this top bottom. It would be good to have like a bit of a rotation, but that's fine. I don't care. Um, and then the last thing that I need is making sure that if I refresh the page, it doesn't do that. Okay. Uh, great. As always, seem to save changes or refresh. It reverts to the default values for almost everything. It's gonna figure it out. The text top and bottom are remaining the same. The theme is remaining the same. The font sizes are remaining the same, which is pretty cool. But the text in the center isn't, and that's the issue. And that's fully resetted. Goddamn. And it doesn't need padding. It needs design. Nothing else. Nothing else. So, they. That's the default. All. These are the settings. All the settings. And then I'm guessing that is going to be at the top, most likely. Also, why the fuck do we have CSS inside of the fucking thing? That makes no sense. See, this is one of the things that I hate about Cursor in general. Is like, it doesn't follow the strict logical path in terms of writing code. Not that I know how it is, but I know for a fact that having my style inside of my HTML specific isn't necessarily going to be a good idea for maintainability and overriding from other places. So either I have everything in one place for the CSS, and then it is a bit of a tricky thing to have inside of an OBS widgets, which makes sense. Or I have everything in the same file, but then I have everything and I don't have anything else coming from outside, which right now, because we are using Tailwind, we are using things from outside, so it makes absolutely no sense to not do that. I don't really get it, but, it's fine. Yeah, no, it is normal to have the specific of the widget, but there is the global circular CSS as well outside, like the global goal CSS that exists as well. So that just makes no sense. No sense. The center value here is my ID, which means that in my center value, I want to have no text shadows because that's shit. Please don't do that ever. That makes no sense. I want my font size to be, no, not that. My font size here to be at 10 rems by default. And I think it would be better to have some sort of a width. Yeah, that's wrong. But it's fine. So for today, and then I'm gonna get the other two rems. Gonna be fine. So I want this thing to be a bit bigger than that. I'm guessing if I go for 14, it might be a bit too big. It's a bit massive. And 20 is gonna be really big. It doesn't change. Cool. I'm making a mistake. So the text is starting at 1.25, and we want it to be roughly at 4. I guess that's gonna be big though. Yeah. I'm guessing not editing the right thing. Keep that. And yeah. Let's say it's fine for now. Let's say it is fine for now. Like that's the other thing that doesn't really make sense for me. All of these things, even though I understand that this is the basic CSS properties, and you just, you want to create like a top value so that it's not reusable, but it's in the right spot and so on. I would rather have this CSS in Tailwind format inside of the page rather than anything else, because here it's a bit more on the side than what I'm expecting. Doesn't really matter, to be honest, but it's fine. Yeah, these values are wrong, but that's fine. 400 for the text is cool. And then the question is, do I have test event? I don't. We want the background and circular text to rotate when I follow event happen, I guess. With a Q, sorry. But keep the center number static. And then we'll need a test button. Let's see. Let's see if that works. Doubts. So much doubts. So much doubt. Yeah. Not gonna be good. It's the same thing. The fact that this is like added here, it makes sense for the animation to be added on top, but for anything else, it doesn't. And I need to find what font I used in here. What did I use? So in my overlays, in my follow number, I have an overlay instrument element that is just that. That's it. Cowlin. Cowlin is the font that I use. Alright. Cool. Wild. Wouldn't have thought that it was not. Yeah. Impressive. Does that work? I mean, technically we could reuse the same number as well for the entire thing. For the text as well. Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem to work. And then I feel like I'm going to need to make sure that the setting sections have a range that is bigger than what we currently have. So all of that, and I don't know exactly how it works, but all of these things would need, like for the predefined things, like the max is 10, I mean, it's 2 for the typography, which I'm guessing these are the max 10 rems here. So if I change that to 20, that's probably be good. And then particular text, if I change the max to 4, probably, right? Yeah. I'll change that to 14. And then the choice that we just made of font sizes right here. Do we have a 900? That is going to be my question, because I don't know. I don't know. We just have 400. That makes no sense. How did I get it bigger? It looks bigger, or at least from here, from my point of view, it looks bigger. That's... I said nothing. So, yeah, it looks wider than what it is right now. I don't know how I did that, but I probably did something like adding a border to the text, which is really bad. Please don't do that. But you know, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to. Let's try. 3 is too big, and 2.6 is pretty nice. I feel like placement is okay. Kinda. All right. Oh yeah, I didn't check that. Sorry, my bad. That's shitty. What's happening? That's really bad. It basically switched the whole thing 45 degrees up, and then start a rotation, and then when it ends, revert, or it ends on the start rotation, which is wrong, and then therefore it just instantly reverts. So that's wrong. I guess it should reverse on end and simply be plus 360 degrees, then reverse and keep the same starting point. Yeah, I doubt. Lots of doubt on this one. What do you say add forwards to your animation, as in moving forwards, transition things? That's interesting. Okay, so based on that, it's my initial rotation value, right? That is wrong. So that means that my circular text thing for the container itself probably has some sort of a... Yeah, dang. That initial rotate. Forwards. I will check that out. And if the base element already has a rotation, that isn't taken into account. That's gonna be the thing. It doesn't really snap back. That's the thing. It's not like a snap back to initial. It's a drink. A 45 degree. No, it's a 90 degrees rotation back. Initial, which is wrong, and it should be not there. It shouldn't be there. That's the thing. It should not. Kinda should be at 45, but yeah. Thank you for the drinks. Kana, hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. Yay! All right. That works. That works. It is. It is. It is. Ugh. That's it. All right, cool. I have. But I want That's gonna break, but I don't want to check. I just want to check. Yeah, no feathers here. Not yet. We may have an eye to catch at some point. So there is a point right here that is good, but then it snaps back. And the 50% transformation is supposed to be 360 minus 90. Yes. So now that it's minus 45, it's basically needing to be plus 45, which is 315. I think. I think. Congrats on the streak. Yeah, so 45 is good. That's the main thing. God damn. That's expensive. That's expensive. It's not good. That's the thing. I don't know where that is in terms of visuals. So it was right there. Good. Is that close enough? That seems to be close enough. Yeah, that works. That works. That preview button is really shitty though. Wait. God damn. So my circle text is supposed to be 900. We want that to be a bit thicker than the rest because it needs to have some sort of a, more weight. And then letter spacing is good-ish. I guess we could go at 1.1 instead. The font size will change based on the user choices, so that's, we don't care. And yeah, it's a bit better. Which also at 1 rem, that basically means that property, that CSS property doesn't change anything anyways. So, that's a start. We have that. It's working. It's doing its job. We have the option. It's neat. Cool. All right. Neat. 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 Nothing else. Neat. Let me, we haven't committed a single thing, so we have the goals, we have the hype train, and we have globals. That's the main things. That should be good enough. I don't know still about the hype train stuff, if it's good enough to get in there. There is something that is kind of missing in my head, but yeah. What would be great is if we had the ability to just simply, not simply, but simply, do that. I'd love to be able to do that and just say, that's 158. So can just get this thing to 158. It's the same. And just use that as a different shape. Because the wafer could be very much more interesting than the basics, the basic stuff. So I don't know. Oh, that's so sad. It looks skinnier. Did I do that? I think I did that. I probably did that. Don't do it. I'm gonna try that. Let me just move you back here. I don't think that is a CSS property that works. I don't think that, yeah, people are doing the shadow thing, which is wrong. I mean, it's fine, but yeah, that's not gonna work. That is not going to work. It does. It does. It just added that to the wrong thing. Weirdly enough. You know. It doesn't work. Let me revert that. I doubt so much. I don't think this is an option. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah. Also, it feels like they changed the fucking font size again, which is really bad. Really bad. So that is going to be... That's going to be the thing that I don't really know how to do. The current system is using not the wrong thing, but it's using something different. Right now, this is pretty good. Its border is currently centered, so that should be pretty fine. And what we want to have is not an RGB thing. We want to use the text values. So, where are these Bibles? There. But that's like... not gonna work. If I have my border with, okay, well, I don't know how to do that, so I'm gonna ask. Linked to the color selector. I don't think that's gonna work. Also, apparently, with the error from earlier, I feel like cursor is gonna leave me hanging soon. If you remove the color, it's gonna take the color picker. All right, no, that's not the. Yeah, it needs to go into JS stuff. Right, that is thicker. I like that better. I like that better. And I probably did that inside of OBS directly as a yeah, a small switch. We'll see. I do. I like thick ass fonts. They make more sense. And then this one is probably going to be a 2. That's 2. Also, it's in fucking pixels. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. I don't get it. I thought I did well on this one. But no, apparently. I'm apparently just missing the JavaScript as well. Oh, I need the entire thing as well. God damn. That is thick. God damn. Okay, cool. We're gonna say yes, but just at 2, and that's gonna be better. Okay, cool. That is thicker. I like that better. We are at 900, which is not supposed to happen. Like Inter 900 is way thicker than this by default, so something's wrong. It's fine. I don't care. And now we have the rotation, we have the effect. It's gonna work at the same time. I feel like I could benefit from having a bit more padding around the text so that the text circle is a bit smaller than what it is currently. But I don't know exactly how to explain that. So, you know. Not the font size, but the circle on which it is placed. And that's the usual thing, because I don't know exactly where it is. The fact that I'm asking, it's going to help me just look in which file is going to be, and then I'm going to be able to potentially change that manually, and we'll see if that works. Nox, well, come on in. Welcome back. How was the week? It's Friday, apparently. How is everything? I see that's going to be way smaller. Yes. So, we are going to need this to be at 5. Much better. Cool. God damn. All right. All right, I was about to say, let me check if that works. No, that doesn't. No, that doesn't. Oh, that would be so good, but I can't do that. That would have been so good for the previous overlay, but I didn't, so we don't care about it. It's fine. So that's cool. I'm cool with that. I can deal with it. Can be good with it. Do we have proper animation? Yes. That's working. Font sizes are good. Circular text sizes can be bigger or smaller. I'm good with that. Can change this if necessary. And if I'm looking at my current one, the daily follow is, how can I explain that? It's black with an opacity and a blending mode. So let's see. So we have our circular text that needs to be black, and then we want to add a blend mode of, I forgot if it's multiply or if it's something else. I know that I tried it to be, or I tried to make it. This is normal, which is not necessarily what we want to see. Half of that, yes, good. I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. Oh, that's worse than I thought. It's not a blending mode. It should have been, but it's not. I guess overlay is the one we need. No. Aha. That's not working. Good to know. Good to know. Why? Why? You don't know what blend mode is? What do you mean you don't know what blend mode is? Is it blending? Mix blend mode. My bad. It's not working. Oh. Sorry. It's not working either. Okay. Well. Go. This does nothing. I'd say half a dev in some area when I know how to explain things, which is like almost zero area, but you know, some still. Why is this on the fucking smaller thing? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Nothing makes sense. See, that's why it pisses me off to have the CSS in 3 different places, because I have the Go circular thing that has its CSS in the JavaScript. I have the Go circular thing that has its CSS in the HTML. And it would have been way better to just have every HTML related stuff in one fucking spot. Goddamn. I am guessing that this is the reason. Yes, that was the reason. Ah, all right. It worked. Technically, right now, I'm using black for the main text. So that's a thing. Uh, you know. Yeah, I guess I mainly need is to define the gradients to be a bit more tasteful than this, but yeah. Um, Based on what we said earlier, I fear that splitting it into its own file, it's going to break it more than expected. So, yeah. But technically, it's a fucking browser source, so it should work. It should be fine. It should be fine. That should be a good option. That should be a good enough option. You know. I don't. I don't. Specifically for the in JavaScript stuff. That's the thing I don't know. But it doesn't matter, it works. You know. That's all we needed. Nothing else. Everything is fine. Everything is working on this. I should not have closed this one. I should have kept it for this image. I don't know if I want to use that as a base. It's a good base. It's kind of what I had in mind. The thing is, the overall behavior of these hype train, hype meter things are not necessarily going to be good. But yeah. It's not the only option, obviously, but it's one of the good options. And I like most of it. I like most of it. Not gonna lie, I like most of it. It's pretty fine. It is pretty fine. I just think that right now the hype train thing doesn't follow the proper thing. So that's kind of bad. I need to pee again. 1 second. 1 second. We are in the worst shape we have ever been in. We are in the middle of a fucking plague. And you behave like this. 40 million infected people is a fucking plague. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like maybe is the answer. Um, but hmm, I think I need like a secondary chain for this one because it's not gonna work. So, um, add the hype train. Yeah, I feel like the current setup is um no, yeah, yeah. is arbitrary. I guess. Again, if you want to start a hype train, that would be highly appreciated. But we can test the thing. It's for testing purposes. You know, just yeah, for testing. Like the thing that is annoying is that I don't know if you have the ability to pin what Twitch is giving us. I know that we do. From memory, I know that we have something where uh, Twitch is providing information about what is currently going on with the hype train. So it is feasible to get the entire thing to just run through and follow through, um, like is actually happening. But I don't know if TMI is providing that, which I doubt. And um, yeah. I see. I see how it is. Appreciate it. Also, I mean, to start a hype train, you need like 3 people to do the same thing. So, you know, yeah, 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 I know. Bitch came in for the lurk, but that's it. Um, I don't know what that is, but all right. Um, Twitch is using arbitrary values and not following Twitch official hype train system. Here's what I found. Hype train system, Twitch's real hype train works with different used event sub API. Yes. Yeah, of course, bitch. Uh, uh, this is one of the other thing that is also really pissing me off with AI and other LLMs related uh, content. They are basically asking the most basic thing to which they should have the answer based on the initial question. As in, I'm saying we need to use the native Twitch values and not arbitrary numbers. And then ask me, do you want to use the native Twitch values or keep the arbitrary numbers? I'm like, bitch, what did I ask? Makes no sense. That makes no sense. So, from there, you know, the complaining. Also, Twitch event sub.js is a very wild thing. I have a feeling that this is not going to work. For some reason. I don't know. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. I'm gonna just do that. That's not the same thing. That is the same thing. Basically what it's doing is it's taking out the sections when there is a hype train, it can display that. That's interesting. Not necessarily a good idea. Not necessarily a good idea. Damn, that's a lot. You know. We'll see. We'll see. I know that Twitch is changing its API often, and most of the devs that are doing some overlays are complaining about it all the time, so I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing if I'm following that system. But yeah. Welcome back. We are making sure that the hype train section is better and follow the actual hype train if there is one, rather than doing arbitrary numbers, because right now it was like just fake numbers. So, you know, not the best. But goddamn, does that look like shit? Also, same thing. I do understand that an LLM doesn't need contrast and accessibility, but maybe it should. Maybe there should be a bit of a need for something for, I don't know. Oh. They are used on. That's true. That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. I can't do that, but that's not a bad idea. They are accessible, yes. If you are streaming, you have access to these. But as I say, it's unreliable because the probability of me just saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm changing stuff is really high. So a URL that you used to have might break in the middle of something just because I'm testing things out and fixing things. But yeah, it's available. You just need to come in, connect with your Twitch account, and then be good. What do you mean I need a download button? you just copy the browser source URL. So when you're here, all of the settings and browser source specifics are hidden by default so that you don't see them in OBS. Like if you want to go and interact, you can do that. Why would I create a zip? Dang, no. It's not like they are self-hosted, so it's not something that you like use as a, you know, local source. I mean, you can. You can. This is shit, though. Yeah, are you? You just need to connect. That's it, Stony. That's all you need. Just connect through things. I forgot exactly what I'm asking for in terms of authentication things, but it's like I'm not asking for everything, so you should be good. I mean, in the other end, you also have access to the GitHub repo where it is defined. So if you want to download the entire thing, you can. Yeah, but that's shit. That's not. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Again, so far, only the people that are here are going to have access to the link itself. So, not that it matters, but. Yeah, that's shit, though. Hmm. God damn. I also know why it's white on white, because most of the time the stream's overlays are going to be darker, and because this is a transparent view, it's kind of working on the reality thing. But yeah. Um, what do you mean? Yeah, either I can't read, which is a probable thing, but see a lot of cloud services that are lookalike of Stonies. Stony stuff? Fuck, I hurt my finger. um, um, I don't know. Maybe. Apparently, some things, but most things are good. Like, most of the things are rerouted. God damn, they have so many fucking services. Um, yeah. On the phone? Or are you still far away? No, yeah. That's a lot of content. It's a lot of things. Huh. I mean, 421, not 420, sadly. UCC is like 1 hour ago, basically, so I get it. But yeah. I should have done that. That's not the right one. That's the right one. Yeah, okay, fuck me. uh, So the Twitch Kick thing, Kick has, or technically Stake has copied Twitch when Twitch code source got leaked, when they basically had the entirety of of their code base leaked and available. People duplicated it. You can still find it, and that is the reason why if you look inside of Kick content, they still have in some places things that are called Twitch related or that have the exact same name as Twitch stuff. It is also the reason why it works exactly the same, and the reason why its UI is as good and its interface for chat is as good. The thing is, they don't know how it works, and they just throw money at devs that don't know how the code base work, and because the code base is kind of massive, they have a bit of an issue with it. So it hasn't been updated since they duplicated that leaked version of Twitch that happened 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So that's the thing. The other thing as well is the fact that everything is running through the same Amazon services anyway, and so Twitch is using Amazon services, and Kick is using Amazon services, which are the exact same thing at the same time. So yeah, there is something interesting about Kick's monetization system. The fact that based on your real user count, you are getting paid for sure. Like there is no question of how much subs, how much whatever. They decided to say it is going to be some sort of a salary-based system. So if you stream a certain amount of hours on the platform, you're getting paid X amount of money based on how many viewers you get. So that is a bit of a better thing, but also they have more money from other places that are not necessarily the good places, but I get it. The only thing that I do agree with you on this one is it does attract a certain kind of people that bitch you change nothing. Piccolo, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Um, yeah, can they? That is also one of the fun thing. It doesn't happen often, but we make Claude swear around here. That I think that's an impressive feat. uh, yeah, then uh, nothing. Nothing. There is no rules on this one because this computer has been resetted. Um, again, the only reason why I am so unprecise and you know, uh, and I allow myself to just use tokens freely is because these tokens are uh, well, free for me. So, dance, a reason. The back to back is crazy. I think I broke something. Um, yeah, I'm gonna keep that. That's a first. On stream, that's a first. Oh my god, we can see things. Wow. Wow. I mean, the reset thing is still inaccessible, but yeah, I'm fine with that. Start there, add a sub, add some bits, add a sub, add a sub, add some bits. Level 2, 4, complete a level, a level, a level. That seems pretty good, you know. Yeah, fine. Do you get the fuck out of the screen at some point, or is it like, are you staying there? God dang. Yeah, of course, or to hide when the trains end. I mean, that's the main point. Also, these points are wrong. So, we'll see. To be honest, the liquid glass thing, I really like it. I just think it's not well implemented. That's the only reason why it's bad. It's just like most of these have good intention and their output are working and so on. But for some fucking reason, like that drop shadow didn't exist in the beginning. And so when they displayed it and presented it, it wasn't as strong as this. So we ended up with stuff that were like absolutely unreadable. But now it's fine. It's fine. Most of the things are fine. Like, we've seen better, but also we've seen worse. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Alright, cool. I'm gonna keep that. And I'm not gonna be able to do that. That's true. That is something that I didn't really do, and really didn't really think about, is the fact that, technically speaking, when I'm looking at these things, my overlays themselves are going to be somehow in the center of the screen if I just use like a very classical thing. So I can just resize my overlays to be exactly the size of the widget itself, but then I don't know exactly when I want it to be placed on the screen. And for the same reason, there are stuff that I don't know exactly how they will be designed. So that's a thing that I need to make sure is in place. What do you mean? I read the message 3 times. An extra lines appear as 3 lines. You mean you're de-doubling your vision? Is that what happens? That's not good. That is not good. Not the best thing. Also, because I don't know what time it is for you. You said you woke up now, but I don't know what time it is. Because it could be like 8 in the morning if you are like in California or something. So you have triple vision. Is it just for lines? Or are you just drunk? You know, sometimes that's the answer. Yeah. Imagine if you have all three. What a concept. I see. All right, I think shit. I forgot. I missed that. I missed that point. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Um. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you do in regular non-driving situations either. You know, they. Sorry. I forgot that there is the Twitter and the Instagram account at the bottom, which absolutely don't exist. So let's do that. Uh, the landing design for the footer. No. Let's do that. Do that. And I don't know how to name the things. And overlay -1 is kind of crazy of a name. So I might rename stuff just for the sake of renaming stuff. Also, yes, handcrafted. Absolutely. 100%. No questions. No questions. Everything has been handcrafted. Cool. I'm gonna change the name. I shouldn't make GitHub Actions work so much, but it's fine. It is fine. All right, it is time. It is time. Well, someone is somewhere that we know, apparently. Okay. I don't know who that is, but that is somewhere that we know. As far as I remember. Interesting. Also, that is not a stable camera in the slightest. Nutty's live. Fullbox live. At the thing. Yeah, it is. I think it's the gimbal that is just like not stable. Speed is live for some fucking reason and on my homepage, which makes absolutely no sense because that's not what should usually happen. And James is live doing some weird things. I guess I'm sending you to Nutty because we haven't been there in a while. And yeah. Gasface, I'm about to raid someone. Welcome in. Unless you have a question. If you have a question, it can stay. You know, it can happen. Not opposed to it. Not opposed to it. Depends. Depends. God damn. What is your question, Chris? Tell me. Ask away. Ask away. We can stay. We can stay. Would have needed to go do some grocery shopping, but apparently I won't. Someone shouting at each other in public. Yes. In Japan. Yes. Guess what? They were French.
Elysium.
3 times. There were tourists in Japan. One said that he just wanted to beat me up. Guy was drunk on the side of the fucking road in broad daylight at like 3 in the afternoon and just speaking French and so on. So, you know, like that's the thing that happened. The other time was at 3 in the morning, where a group of French were just deciding to sing outside of my fucking flat. That pissed me off. And French again. And then the third time is the one that I talked about before as well. A group of French tourists as well, where the dad was humiliating his son because the son was wearing a football jersey in Japan instead of regular clothes. But as we know, Japan summer is extremely hot, and a football jersey is a really breathable thing. So, yeah, French again. Japanese people, I haven't had or heard Japanese people scream at each other. I have seen on videos Japanese people scream at each other, mainly in one of the districts of Tokyo specifically that is like a common place for not so good activities. Let's say that. uh, but other than that, no, the only one that are screaming are tourists or older people that are fed up with following the rules. Like it's basically, oh, I just have 5 years to live, so I'm just gonna be a dickhead for now, from now on, and that happens. Other than that, not really a shouting space.
Elysium.
Not really a shouting space. That is a good question, Gasface. So many. So many. It depends on what you're trying to do. But if you're someone that is starting a new project often, and you need, not that, and you need, not that, fuck's sake, and you need colors, and you don't know exactly how to create the color palettes, Super Palettes is one of the one of the best plugin that I have for colors. It is a paid plugin, but it is worth it. And the person that is creating it is also, I don't know if that's going to be good enough. I forgot if that's, yeah, no, that's the thing in question. That's wild. That is wild that you have both of them at the same time. Is that a posted thing? No. That person specifically is the creator, and they are currently creating Super Color Studio, which is a new thing, and they have a very cool landing page, as always, because they love to build shit, and you know, it's a nice thing. We like it. But most of their creations for plugins and stuff is always really good. So I highly recommend you to just, get a bit of a preview or use one of their other things. Um, so that's these two are really cool. If you really work on long-term projects and you don't have to redo these things all the time, then don't worry about it. But Super Palette and Super Token are really cool for what they do. I'm expecting the latest version to be pretty good. If you want to go fast with component creation and component replacements, you have the Command Shift R to paste to replace. So if I do this, right, I have like all these things. I'm taking this component right here and I just Command C. I just select everything, and instead of doing Command V, I'm going Command Shift R is going to paste to replace things, but it's just replacing things in a way that is not necessarily good. So sometimes, and it happens, I'm using another plugin that is called Master, and the Master plugin is, how can I say that? Really good. It's also paid. I'm sorry. I like paid plugins. And it is the best way for you to create a component inside of a component. So if you have like, let's say right here, we have this thing and we wanted that amount section to be a component, you don't have the ability to do so on the side. Like that's not a thing anymore. So you can't edit that. So with Master, I fucking hate my life. With Master, you can go there and say create component from object. It's gonna duplicate itself and basically just do the thing. So you want to preserve it for the entire file. So it goes through, it's going to scan all the pages and relink any instances that are supposed to be using this. So this one, for example, now that inner thing is a new component called amount that is using the right values, but also the overrides of text has been kept in the transition. So now that I have done that, everything here is going to be good. If I reversed stuff to just like the time where this wasn't a component, and I just say, let me just extract it, create a component out of this, put that back in said component, and then remove this one, which is the usual workflow of people, all of my overrides are going to be not passed. So that's one of the things that I do like about it. It's a very simple yet useful plugin. So that's one of them. Master, Super. There was others, but they have been kind of discontinued, to be honest. They really don't do much anymore. And I'm using the noise and texture plugin all the time for adding noise and texture. Also, I didn't know that this bitch was animated. Goddamn. I didn't know that that was an option. And then the last one is Simulator, and I use that on a daily basis when I'm using whatever. So, and I should just give you the fucking link instead of just showing you how it works. Bitch, the details. The details. Dang. So Simulator is a very useful plugin when you're looking for similar layer, as the name implies. So what it does is, let me zoom in. It gives you the ability to look at whatever is in the currently selected element. So right now I'm selecting a text layer, so it gives me the text property first. If I was selecting the component, it's going to give me the styling first and so on. So that's a good thing. But then I can say I need something that is using the same font family. and I just want to select all the things in this page that are using that font family. So I'm just going to do select all. And now it has selected instances all over the place. And because I know that this is enter and I wanted to change that to something else, I can just quickly do that, change the font, be done in every single places in one click. This is one of the best plugin to go fast. So because you said you wanted to go faster, that is one of them. You said something about approval. What do you mean by approval? As in approval for other designers, approval for the devs, approval for just like reviewing the content that you have created? What type of approval? I'm expecting you to want to get the client to approve the thing and not you.
Florida B just resubscribed for 7 months.
God damn, Flora, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? You haven't been here in months by now. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. How was this? How was the week? Also, we have a hype train. We have a hype train coming on. God damn, that's crazy.
GHASTF4CE just subscribed.
Do I have my hype train running? Can I see my hype train happening? Gasper, thanks a lot for the sub. I appreciate it as well. If you want the client to validate something, this is going to be a bit more complex than expected, as always. What you can do is use the annotation system. But technically, the best option is getting into dev mode and marking stuff as specific process related. So you just add that for the Reddit for dev, but that's not necessarily what your client are going to have access to, because you don't want them to pay for a dev seat. So that's it's a bit of a pain in the ass, not gonna lie. But yeah, like it's not good. The only thing that they can do is leave a comment on the file because it's in view mode, and it's just based on that. That's good. But yeah, goddamn, what happened? What happened? Why? Why? See, it doesn't work. That was expected. God damn it. uh, it doesn't work. Yeah. I guess it's just not linked to the fucking authentication, which is supposed to happen. 4-1. Not 4-4. 4-1. Worse. But yeah, no, other than that, you don't really have plugins that I know of that would allow you to do that. I know that there is the Jira plugins that exist, where you specifically, the one that has the ability to edit the page, have the ability to just link the proper the proper thing. That's the that's one of the things that you can do. So you have the ability to get um, the Jira plugin, and then you can connect the Jira issues and tickets directly inside of the file. And then you can basically say, I need to get my client to leave a comment around something, and then I'm going to change the ticket versions based on something, you know. But yeah, that's basically the only thing that you can do, which is kind of sad. Yeah, there is basically you would have. Do I have that? I know it's a FigGems file that I need to have. Yeah, that. Basically, you would have these if they still work. You would have exactly that, which is linked with Jira directly, and you just have the option in there to see who's assigned, who is not assigned, and so on. Like I need to reconnect in there because I don't have it. But these are the elements, and so this is based on the plugin itself, and so you have your issues directly in there. This is the basic Jira plugin. That I think it's this one. I think. Unsure right now. There is another one. I think the ticket sync might be a good option or a better option overall, but yeah, there was another one that I know I used. God damn, that's a nice icon. But that might have been the thing. It's been a while. I haven't used Jira in like a long time, so I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. But yeah, this one might be also pretty good based on what we saw earlier and the fact that it's also linked ClickUp and Monday. These are not necessarily a bad idea for what they do. You know, it's a nice to have. So yeah. The only issue that I have with this one, or had with this one when I used it last time, is you basically get the entirety of the tickets at a time, and that's it. It's not, or at the time that I tested it last time, it wasn't necessarily something that is live fetching tickets and updates from Jira automatically. You need to do that yourself. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass. But it's better than nothing. And having the ability to just see the entirety of the Jira tickets directly on the homepage is a really good thing. So I do think it's a good idea. But yeah. Other than that, there is nothing else that is, to my knowledge, good enough for what you are asking. I feel like I'm forgetting one plugin specifically that I'm like, we need to talk about this one because it is the one that makes the most sense. I know we talked about plugin at some point, and I had a list of plugins that are good. So, 1 second. Unsplash is good. Stark is really good, but also like not necessarily the thing. Master is the thing that I talked about. Similarly, Style Organizer was really good, and then it fell off. So I can't really recommend it again. SkewDat is now paid, so fuck them. Rudy was interesting, but it's not the one that I have. Stark is really cool though. Stark is a paid plugin again. Sorry. Which is an accessibility-based plugin where uh, it gives you contrast accessibility, typography accessibilities, potential touch target zones that might be too small, too big, or I mean, technically not big enough most of the time, um, and then vision impairment previews. It costs not much, but it costs. So that's the thing that is also like a tad annoying. Um, but yeah, it gives you like all of that. You have an auto scan and fix the content when you are checking like contrast ratio. Uh, it gives you what are the values, what passes, what doesn't pass. Can we suggest something to make it pass? Like if I change this to this or this to that, then I'm getting the entire thing proper. But if I change this to here, for example, I'm getting all the contrast and so on. So this is really cool. This is really useful. You can apply directly to the layers that you have selected. So that's a nice thing. If I remember correctly, you can change the system with the perceptual contrast, which I think is much better than the WCAG for me. And then one of the things that I like the most about them is their vision simulator. So if I select this thing, for example, and I say I want to simulate these to make sure that I have when I'm going to generate that specifically, it's why do I do that? When I'm going to select these two, let me just make that a group for now. If I do a vision simulator with everything, it's going to simulate the contrast per color per changes. So that is giving me the names of each of the color blindness types, and it's pretty good overall at faking one of these. So yeah, it's pretty useful when you just want to get like a bit of an overview of how things are going to potentially look. You don't need to do all of them all the times, but it's also pretty useful. As you saw as well, there is the blurriness, spikiness, and so on of the vision simulator. So if you have a bright point, if you have like a melanoma, I think, which is in the center of the fucking cornea and so on, um, that you know, it helps. It's cool. It works. So, for example, if I do that as well, you just get how does it look if it's in that, and if it's in that, if it's a bright light, if it's something else. Like it's very, very nice and very useful very quickly to make sure that you have everything that you need. So this is good. It is paid. Again, I just want to remind that it's a paid plugin. So Super Palette is a paid plugin, Master are a paid plugin, and Stark are paid plugins, but they are really cool, all of them. If you want the same thing as Stark for free, there are like options that exist. And then it's like you need 3 different plugins or 4 different plugins to get access to that whole suite of content. So that's a thing. So yeah, that's the Stark is one of the best plugin for accessibility. If you just need contrast ratio, use contrast is the other one that I use because it's simple and it's just, oh, you selected that, it detects what is underneath, and then it's good. Like it recognizes that this is on top of something and that I'm currently checking. So that's like that's an option. it also helped me to just simply change stuff really, really quickly. And that helps. So, you know, use contrast is really good as well. Let me give you the links for both of these. Both of these. They are really good though. Accessibility wise, they are really useful. Oh yeah, one thing that is really important as well and really useful in Super Palette, if somehow you are creating variables and you want them to be inside of your file directly, you can now 100% do that as well. So you can explore like one of the systems that already exist. And let's say you are building something and you will be using Tailwind CSS as your main color system. You can simply import that. You can insert the guide, you can create the variables, and you can export the palettes directly from here. So that when you do so, if you create the variables directly and then you create like the guides, everything is done for you. You don't need to do like the entire thing. So that's really cool. That is really cool. Again, they have created this thing where the prices for that is so cheap that it is worth it. And yeah, like I mean, it's $60. uh, to me, that's like very, very cheap. Master is $60, is $50 as well, and Stock is a subscription that is like a yearly basis subscription. But yeah, they're all worth it, and I'm sending people to them all the time. If you get your company to pay for that, it's going to be 270. But yeah, stay legal. But yeah, no, it's such a no-brainer for me to just recommend them. I have a feeling, but that's not. I guess the last one, and that's gonna be for later. It's not there yet, still. Um, just get what Joshua is currently working on. Joshua is currently building this, which is an AI assistant inside of Figma directly that basically builds things for you. So that is going to be pretty cool. If you want to design something really quickly, in terms of what you just said, that's the one I forgot. It's a paid plugin again. Specs, which used to be called H-Shapes, or yeah, H-Shapes, is a plugin that simply creates the specs for you. So I'm gonna do that right here. Right, hi, welcome on in. You're coming with the raid? That's crazy. Let's say I want the specs for this thing. So I just need to run the specs for this so that I can send that to my devs. And, I don't need the specs for the nested component because that makes no sense. And the styling inventory is not necessary. Cool, good. We have everything that we need. Everything is good. The color value are going to be in X value. It makes sense. Let me run that. You can see the specs is just added right here. And once it's done, it's going to take a bit of time because I'm currently streaming at the same time. So it's like processing intensive. We get this, and this is just okay. So here is your anatomy of your components. It has everything. There is like 8 different components or subcomponents in there. Some of there are like specific. You have a secondary style. You have specific designs. You have specific portions of elements that needs to be, you know, defined and so on. And yeah, you get all of that in one click. You get data. Yeah, it's just good. It's just good. Heck. But it's paid again. And this one is subscription based thing, I think. I forgot. Yeah, it's $8 a month for the subscription. Just gotta say, that's a bit more expensive than expected, but eh. So there's that. Now that you said that, also, roast me or just roast is one of the plugins that exist that basically just roast your design and check for inconsistencies. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty useful. It works. And then there is another one that is kind of new that got acquired by Figma, so I don't exactly know when that happens and where they are with this and what the initial thing is. But like basically someone created an AI assistant that is tailored to be some sort of a co-worker with more experience than you. So it run through your entire file and say, oh, here you forgot this, or oh, this one is not necessarily good for accessibility, for contrast, for whatever. I forgot the name though. That's the thing. And because Figma just acquired it, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Which is sad. I should not have done that. Yeah, they're probably never gonna have that. Not in there, at least. Yeah, I'm guessing they will. It's the same thing as Magician and a Tomato, but yeah. I forgot. I mean, if I see the fucking thing, I will know. But they have been adding so much, to be honest. They have been acquiring so many small contributors and creating such of a not good like environment. So I've seen them just acquire and then we don't hear about the project or product for like a year and a half, 2 years. That's all the Figma Make stuff. That, yeah, probably I was there. That's me. I'm on that screen working with them. The acquisition though happened before that event.
The same goes for you too. Anyway.
But yeah, no, I forgot. If I find them again, and I know we talked about it when it was hinted at last year, so it's been a while. And then they acquired it last year, like July of 2025. So it's been a bit. If I find it again, I will send it to you or send it in the Discord for sure. But yeah, it's basically acting as a senior UI UX designer that is just in your file with you at all times. So it's just a coworker and it just look at the thing that you do, and then it said, "Well, you fucked it up," and then you realize that you did. That's about it. But yeah, it's pretty nice overall. But it was acquired by Figma, so therefore we don't know when that will happen, if that will happen, and if it's already implemented. That might be the case, right? It might already be in there inside of the AI stuff of review design or something. Might be an option, but yeah, like AI review. Um, yeah, we don't have much. Eh, yeah. But you know, other than that, these are the best plugin that I have. The other one are just visual stuff, so noise and grain to get like some textures, unsplash for the images as always. There's been like other things, but again, I am expecting so much. I'm waiting for so much from Figma because they have Dina board. They've acquired, like Figma has acquired Dina board, which is an IDE with a Figma-like interface. So that's extremely impressive. But then you can't fucking try it, and you can't do shit about it because goddamn. So that's sad. They also have acquired Modify. This banner at the top of all website is currently at the top of all website. All tools, graphic design tools, and all interesting tools are acquired by Figma, so that's something. But Modify is a shader-based animation platform, mostly for graphic design and some sort of animations. So that is one of the reasons why the liquid glass things came up so fast, because they have these things acquired right there. It's an interesting tool. It's not really good, but it's an interesting tool. And there is so many things popping off lately that, yeah, you'll probably find stuff. Yeah, no, it was after the glass stuff. It's probably like maybe the Figma blog. um, maybe their blog might helps. Nah. So sad. It would be good to get the events. What happened in Figma acquisition section, which again, I'm going to remind everyone on this one. That's great. They just died, which I'm really happy with. So their entire stock, they sold it for 33. I'm gonna go business analysis for a second. They sold it for 33 per share to the banks and the resellers of stocks. And the resellers said, we're gonna start at 90 bucks per share. So we just like triple the price that we paid for you to get it. And it went up to 140 something. Like it says 120, but that's not true. It was 140 something. And then it just crashed and kept crashing. And now we are at like 30 something, which is way worse than what they paid for. So they are all the people that have bought like the stocks have lost so much, and the people that are from Figma, they have been probably selling their stuff after the vesting period of 2 months, 1 month, I forgot. So yeah, all of the employees probably made some banks, which is really cool, but that's about it. That is just dropping and dropping and dropping. And then when you look at the Adobe stock for the same, not the same length, but like Adobe started really inexistent and then skyrocketed, crashed, went back up, crashed again. So either we are going back up or we are just dying, which is fine. But yeah, this is where we are. And now it's going down. But yeah, no, other than that, no real additionally good plugins. I don't think they could. And I would be kind of sad, to be honest. I think that overall, the Adobe is a good software company, as in they do good software and powerful software that people are using, but then they are doing pricing like bitches, and we don't like that. So I think I'd be okay if Adobe decided to revise their pricings to be more fair. Like a fair pricing system would be appreciated. I feel like most people would be like, well, yeah, they, yeah. I mean, your products are cool. Your community like building have been really impressive in the beginning, and now it doesn't work as well, but like it was cool. And if you just decided to not be a dumbass and a greedy CEO and executives, then we'd all be fine. That's all they need. And it's the same thing for Figma. Figma is dying, not really, but kinda, uh, for their pricing plans. Like the way that they are pricing stuff is just, can we grab some money from you in every front? Yes, cool. Let us do that, and that's not cool. That is not cool. So, yeah, like I don't think that would do anything, to be honest. Like that's the thing. They can't change because they are too much implanted in companies. They're like the reality of thing is Adobe is still in business because they are in business with businesses. And the way that they did is the same thing why designers have Mac OS. Like Apple and Adobe had a bit of a partnership in the beginning, and Apple was putting iMacs, the color one, in schools, and then iMacs and so on, but macOS computers in school that are related to creative endeavors. So designers like myself and other designers in the US and other places have been training on macOS on Adobe products. And therefore, when we are moving from school to business, we're like, well, I don't know how to use Windows. And Adobe products on Windows are kind of shit or not really available at this time. So we will need to have Macs, that's the first thing, and then we need Adobe product because that's the only thing that I know how to use. And that's the way that you get the market to work. So basically right now, all the designers that have trained themselves on Adobe product, they're like, well, I don't know Figma and I'm not gonna move. So they have a bit of a foothold on the whole industry in big company. All the startups, however, are moving to the thing that are free. So Figma is free. Uh, Basically, it's one seat, which is like $16 a month or $160 a year. So that's fine. Um, and that makes sense. Like for startups and so on, like that's an expense that is worth it. But then they are adding uh, dev mode, FigJam as a seat, Figma Make, Figma Site, um, their new AI stuff with credits now to grab some money from you as always, and that is turning into a money grabbing scheme rather than a, a software building thing, which is the reason why we are like less and less happy with them. Most of the time we've been asking for stuff that should have been in the app since the beginning, but they still are not there. Like we want REMs in fonts and sizes. We want percentage in font and sizes. We wanted min and max. I mean, you have min and max now. Good. But these things are basic CSS properties that should have been there since day one, and they are still not there after 10 years now. Figma is 10 years old in March this year. Officially. They came out in 2016. They technically were working on it since 2013, but 10 years. And as we said last year at Config, they released for the first time a feature that existed in Adobe Illustrator since 1972, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I was, and then there was a question. Have a good look. So yeah, I think that's the thing. I think the feature was from 1972, which is the text on path um, situation. So yeah, I mean, if you start streaming, I might raid you. I don't know. Be careful. Um, so that's the thing. And it's just like I mean, we talk about this all the time, but like people are expecting familiarity in their tools. So if like I don't know, let's say I was creating a note-taking app and I was telling you, well, you can't highlight stuff. That's not an option in our stuff. You can't um, you know, yeah, you can't highlight text in our note-taking apps. People would be mad. Like, just who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you to say you can't highlight text in a text-based environment? Like, what is that? Same thing. For designers, like if one day they said you don't have access to a color picker, what the fuck? So, yeah, I believe personally that specifically because Figma is a web-based app, we should have web-based features. And most importantly, we should have web available features or device available features. Meaning, I said that many times, liquid glass, not available on the web. That is not something that is easily feasible. It's feasible, but it's not easily feasible, and most devs will not know how to create it. So if you are creating something that is for the web, then don't use liquid glass. If you are creating something that is for iOS, then use liquid glass. If you are building something for Android, then don't, because you can't do that there. And it should be software or device based. The platform Figma should allow me to do all these things, but detect that, well, this thing is not going to be available. So if you put it in that website design, you're gonna have a bit of a hard time. And Sketch in 2014 was doing something similar, kind of, by basically giving the user the ability to say, this is an Android project, or this is an iOS project, or this is a web project. And when you did that, you had access to pre-made components in the sidebar that were specific to that platform so that you can just design quickly and get your things out. And that makes a lot more sense. And it was like presetted, as in the exports were presetted for Android or for iOS or for the web, and you had like a better experience overall. So it's feasible, and it's just like Figma is not doing it, which is kind of bad. I wish they did. I wish they did. But same thing. Like I understand that Figma's cost is greater than mine when it comes to the software and the product that I'm providing, for sure. Which can tie up to the question of how is can that Flora just asked earlier. But I don't have any recurring cost for my own product. Like everything is just on device, and that's it. Like I pay for the domains, but that's about it. So that's the recurring cost. For Figma, they need to pay for the hosting, the servers, everything, um, the user base, probably, which is probably like a self-hosted stuff, but still, all of that costs a lot of money, and with the amount of users that we have on Figma, then yeah, obviously it's a very high cost. So I understand that there is a need for a pay plan, like a paid plan, but not everything needs to be paid. Like as I said before, like instead of having Figma or FigJam seat or Figma plus a dev seat or Figma plus the AI stuff, you can just say, well, the price is going to be $30 a month for everything. And that's it. We don't care if you need just one thing. It's just like, well, some of you are going to use more than whatever, and some of you are going to use less, but overall the economics works, which right now it's the presentation of like all of the LMs and all of the AI assistant stuff are working like this, where you have like a plan at $20 a month and a plan at $100 a month. A lot of people at 100 will use more than 100, and a lot of them will use less, but more than 20. So yeah, have a good meeting. I'm probably not gonna be here when you come back. Telling you that. But yeah, like that's a thing as well. It would be great if it was just a unified price, and it would be cool. Take care of yourself. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if $30 a month would be an acceptable thing to do. I think only if it unlocked everything, then maybe. But if it's just unlocked like half, then no. But then again, I don't know how much it costs to run Figma for one user per month. So, that's the thing. Again, going back to ban, because that's where we were. That cost about 5 cents per user to run, roughly 7. When I reach 10,000 users. So before 10,000 is more expensive per user, but at 10,000 is yeah, kind of thing. So yeah. Anyways, I lost the grocery shopping. God damn it. God damn it. Sad things. Sad things. I'm gonna send you to cat because I said that. And because they just started, which makes sense. Makes sense to rate in the beginning, you know, so you can know how big your strap is. You don't know about that. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here, as always. I do appreciate it. If you have a question and not live, as always, the Discord is there for that. If you have perfumes, that's the other option. And if you want to learn Japanese, that's about here. That's gonna make sense. That gonna make sense. This thing is still not fixed, and I know about it. Don't worry about it. I know. I'm aware. I am aware. Everything is fine. But yeah, as always, I will be back on Monday at 1:30, not 1:30. And we'll see what we can do. But yeah, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Monday or next time. Bye. I know. I know. I need to discount it, like not count it. It's gonna be fun. That's gonna be for later. Anyways, bye.